What if I told you that intelligent life might already be watching you, not with eyes or satellites, but through forces we don't yet understand, that the quiet feeling of being observed isn't always a glitch in your psychology, but a glimpse into something deeper that we assume aliens must look like us, think like us, move like us, but maybe their presence is more like a thought than a body, more like a field than a ship. What if I told you that some of the strangest experiences you've ever had might not be internal at all, but subtle interactions with minds that don't play by our rules? These aren't fantasy tropes, they're hypotheses whispered at the edge of neuroscience, quantum theory, and astrobiology. Over the next 4 hours, we'll drift through the unknown mechanisms of perception, uncover patterns of invisible contact, and explore what it really means to be seen by something you can't see. So if you've ever questioned a moment that felt too strange to explain, or wondered if you're truly ever alone, tap like, hit subscribe, and step into the silent observation deck of the cosmos, where the watchers might be closer than you think. There may be infinite versions of you in parallel universes. What if every breath you've ever taken, every word you didn't say, every impulse you ignored or surrendered to wasn't just a moment in your personal timeline, but a fork in the fabric of the cosmos, a quiet split where reality fractured and spawned another version of you that chose differently? What if the universe isn't a single path winding forward, but a kaleidoscope of branching existences? A limitless fractal where infinite use unfold from every hesitation, every yes, every no, every maybe. Somewhere out there, or perhaps right here but unseen, there could be a version of you who turned left instead of right, who accepted the job, who stayed silent, who confessed their love, who never got in the car that night, who moved to a different city, or never left at all. These aren't just imaginative what-ifs. They are the direct consequence of a bold scientific interpretation, the many worlds theory, which suggests that every quantum event doesn't resolve into one outcome, but rather continues to evolve in all possible directions, each outcome forming its own universe, coherent and complete. That means your life, as you know it, is only one thin thread in a cosmic tapestry of endless hues, each diverging at decision points so small you don't even notice them, but together they build entire galaxies of alternate histories where your name, your body, your story all exist, altered by the gravity of a single glance, a different breath, a shifted intention. And it's not only the grand choices that create divergence, it could be the micro moments, blinking half a second earlier, smiling instead of frowning, taking one step more before stopping. Each of these slight shifts, at the quantum scale, interacts with particles probabilistically, and those probabilities, according to quantum physics, don't collapse. They coexist, they branch, and as they do, so might you. Imagine yourself not as a single character in a single timeline, but as a constellation of selves, billions of yous lighting up parallel skies, some nearly identical, others utterly alien, all born from choices you made or could have made. In one reality, you're listening to this with someone you never met here. In another, you never discovered this idea, and reality still feels narrow and linear. Some yous live in peace, some in regret, some in lives that would seem magical or tragic from your current point of view, and none of them know the others exist. All are you, as valid, as real, as conscious as the version sitting right here, reading or listening now. This concept isn't just poetic, it's rooted in the mathematics of quantum mechanics, where particles are never truly in one place or state until observed, and even then, that collapse may be illusory. The act of measurement might not determine a single outcome, it might only determine which version of you sees that outcome. And while these other youths are inaccessible, sealed away in dimensions we can't touch, they may still echo into your dreams, your intuitions, your sense of déjà vu. Ever felt like you were meant to be somewhere else? To know someone you've never met? To remember something that never happened? Maybe that's just a ripple from another version of you whose life is brushing up against the membrane of your own. And if that's true, every version is real, then so is every potential. You're not bound to one destiny, one personality, one story. You are a quantum storm, blooming in directions you can't perceive, leaving trails of possibilities behind and ahead of you with every step. Even the you who thinks about these ideas is a branch one that's split from a version of you who never questioned reality, who never wondered what might have been. And as you imagine these other youths now, you're actively creating more, turning imagination into ontology, fiction into physics. But here's the question that pierces deeper than the science. If all of yous are real, which one are you responsible for? Is it only the version you inhabit, or do your choices resonate through the multiverse like a bell, harmonizing or distorting countless paths? Maybe morality itself becomes fractal. Maybe bravery here emboldens you elsewhere. Maybe your compassion bleeds into versions of you who forgot how to feel. Or maybe this awareness is a gift meant only for the you right now. The conscious thread looking into the cosmic mirror and realizing it isn't alone. Because if infinite versions of you exist, then perhaps you are never entirely lost. Not when a braver you stepped forward somewhere else. Not when a softer you forgave. Not when a more daring you ran toward their fear. Even your regrets might be softened by the knowledge that somewhere, a version of you did it right. Or at least, differently. So, what do you do with that knowledge? You could drown in the weight of possibility. Or you could rise with the quiet power of knowing that each choice still matters, not because it seals your fate, but because it opens doors to entire new worlds. Right now, you are one voice in a quantum chorus, a melody sung across universes. And though you may never hear the others, their harmony echoes through the mystery of your life. So next time you stand at a crossroad, physical or emotional, remember, you are not choosing a single road. You are choosing a universe, and infinite other versions of you are doing the same. You are a living experiment in possibility, and somewhere out there, you've already become more than you ever imagined. Or maybe, just maybe, that version is sitting here, listening, and finally realizing they already are. The universe might be a holographic projection from the edge of itself. What if everything you've ever seen, every star, every planet, every hand you've held, every memory you've collected, even your sense of self, wasn't really inside the universe, but instead projected from its edges, as if you were standing inside a cosmic hologram so convincing, so detailed, so immersive, that even the illusion of touch, emotion, and thought felt undeniably real? What if the three-dimensional world you wake up into each day is a kind of divine stage play, encoded not within its own structure, but on a vast invisible boundary beyond your comprehension, like watching a movie and forgetting that the story isn't unfolding inside the screen, but being projected onto it from a source you never see? The idea that the universe might be a holographic projection is not a metaphor or the premise of a science fiction film. It is a serious theoretical possibility grounded in the tension between gravity and quantum mechanics, born from black holes and sharpened by paradoxes we've yet to solve. It begins with a mystery. When something falls into a black hole, its physical information, the properties that define what it is, should be lost forever. And yet, quantum theory tells us that information can't be destroyed. It must go somewhere. But where? Physicists discovered something strange. The information about everything that falls into a black hole seems to be encoded on its surface, not inside it. This led to a radical idea that our reality might work the same way. That everything you experience in 3 dimensions, including time itself, could be encoded on a 2-dimensional boundary surrounding the universe. Like a cosmic hard drive storing the illusion of depth, of flow, of presence. You're not looking into the universe, you're looking at a projection cast from its skin. Imagine, for a moment, a soap bubble floating in the dark. You live inside it, on its surface, thinking the bubble contains a full interior world. But every detail of your experience, every sensation of gravity, distance, texture, time may be no more than a calculated illusion, projected inward from the bubble's surface using rules you were never meant to see. The holographic principle, as it's known, turns our most basic intuitions about space, time, and substance inside out. You might think you move through the world, act on things, change your surroundings, but what if the you that thinks and chooses is itself a projection? What if your entire identity, your internal monologue, your private fears and dreams are just encoded shadows playing against a wall? In a hologram, each part contains the whole. This means that if the universe is a hologram, then every region of space contains the total information of the cosmos, just rearranged, like a fingerprint made of light. That's why a particle in your hand might know something about a galaxy billions of light years away, because in a holographic universe, space isn't truly separated and nothing is truly distant. The separation is part of the illusion. The real connections lie deeper, in the invisible realm where the code of the universe resides, a realm not made of particles or energy but of pure, fundamental information. The idea is not just poetic, it's quantitative. Calculations of entropy, of black hole thermodynamics, of quantum field behavior in curved space, all whisper the same thing. The universe behaves as if it is not truly volumetric. We see 3 dimensions, but reality might only need 2 to describe everything. The third is a holographic effectan emergent phenomenon that tricks your mind into feeling depth, weight, distance, and direction. If this is true, it changes everything, because it means that your most intimate experience of reality, your location in space and time, your feeling of occupying a body in motion, could be a kind of cosmic user interface, a necessary illusion, designed by nature so that conscious agents like you can function within a world too complex to grasp directly. Just like a computer desktop hides the binary code behind friendly icons, your perception might hide the true substrate of the universe behind trees, faces, sky, and sound. And once you understand this possibility, not as a fantasy, but as a mathematically sound alternative, you begin to wonder what it says about the nature of meaning. If the world is a projection, then meaning is not found in the objects themselves, but in the pattern they encode. Your memories are not stored in neurons alone, they are encoded in the structure of experience itself, unfolding within a system that may be built not from atoms, but from probabilities, symmetries, and information flows. This doesn't make life less real, it might make it more so, because it means you are not made of matter, not fundamentally. You are made of meaning, and meaning cannot be reduced, cannot be weighed or measured, only felt, experienced, lived. But what about consciousness? If the world is a projection, then what is doing the observing? Is consciousness part of the hologram, or is it the light that reveals it? Some physicists and philosophers propose that the holographic nature of the universe may be inseparable from the presence of awareness itself might be baked into the way the projection forms. In other words, without consciousness, the hologram may not resolve. Like a movie that never plays unless someone presses play. That means your act of looking, of noticing, of being aware isn't just passive. It could be generative. You might not just inhabit the projection, you might be helping to render it. Each moment you pay attention, you help collapse infinite possibilities into one vivid frame. And in doing so, you participate in a kind of quantum cinema where you are both viewer and creator, where reality becomes real only when you believe in it deeply enough to feel it. The question then becomes, what is the screen and what is the light? What is the edge of the universe projecting you, and why? Is it some computational field outside time? Is it a geometric boundary, a kind of cosmic event horizon? Or is it something we don't yet have words for, an intelligence, a principle, a harmony? If the universe is a hologram, then nothing is truly solid, and everything you love is more like a song than a structure or resonance in the field of being. And just like music, the meaning is not in the notes, but in the way they unfold. You are a pattern, a pulse, a momentary wave in the ocean of something more fundamental. And that doesn't make you less real. It makes you precious, because the projection may end, but the code never does. It means the you that you experience is just one form of something deeper, something written at the edge of the world, like poetry etched into the boundary of being. So next time you look into the sky, don't think of it as a place above your head. Think of it as a veil stretched between your mind and the true origin of all things. You're not looking out, you're looking in toward the edge of yourself, toward the echo of an origin that keeps projecting new moments into your life, one after another, endlessly, beautifully, mysteriously. You are a flicker in a story told by light, a reflection in the cosmic mirror. And the question is not whether the universe is a hologram. The question is whether you are ready to see through the illusion and feel what lies beyond the surface. Every conscious decision might split the universe. What if every decision you've ever made, every conscious fork in the road, every moment you hesitated, every time you said yes when you could have said no, wasn't just a personal milestone in your private life, but a fundamental split in the fabric of the cosmos, a cosmic branching point where the universe cloned itself so both possibilities could live on? What if the act of choosing didn't collapse reality into one definite outcome, but instead fractured it, spawning parallel versions of the world where each option plays out in its entirety, as vividly and authentically as the one you remember? Right now, you brush your hand across a table. You look into someone's eyes. You decide to stay rather than leave, or leave rather than stay in. In that moment, the world doesn't simply continue. It diverges. Two futures bloom, each with its own continuity, its own you, its own consequences echoing endlessly forward in time. This is the strange and staggering implication of certain interpretations of quantum mechanics combined with the many view of reality, that the universe is not a single path, but an endlessly branching tree of timelines, each one carrying a version of you that is just as real, just as conscious, just as certain of their own story. In the quantum world, particles behave like overlapping possibilities until observed. An electron isn't here or there, it exists in a superposition of states, smeared across probabilities. When measured, it seems to choose a position. But what if that appearance of choice is misleading? What if Instead of collapsing into one result, the universe simply splits, one where the electron goes left, one where it goes right, one where it does both. Apply this to your own mind, your own decisions. You aren't outside the quantum world. You are made of it. Your neurons fire by passing electrons across synaptic gaps. Your decisions, your very thoughts, arise from electrical patterns, quantum states entangled with the structure of your brain. So if a particle can split reality when it's observed, what happens when you observe yourself deciding between two things? You, the observer, may also be the cause of universal branching. In one world, you tell the truth. In another, you stay silent. In one, you make the call. In another, you never do. And both unfold, diverging more with each passing second, each carrying forward an ever-expanding web of experience, opportunity, and identity. Imagine your life as a river. It appears to flow forward in a single direction. But just beneath the surface, there's a delta branching pattern of streams. Some wide, some narrow, each carved from a choice you barely noticed. You don't see them all, but they are there, expanding outward across an invisible quantum terrain. And if the universe allows for all possible outcomes to exist in their own self-consistent branches, then your consciousness, your sense of being, may not be unique to one world. There could be countless versions of you, each convinced they are the original, each living out a timeline that feels singular, unaware of the other use walking other paths. This isn't just metaphysics. It's a literal implication of physics taken to its edge. The very act of deciding could be an act of creation, not metaphorical, but structural. Every conscious choice might be a divine spark that sets off a bifurcation of reality, not in some far-off multiverse, but right here, right now, in the same shared quantum field you breathe and move through. And here's where it becomes philosophical, almost spiritual. If every choice you make births new worlds, what is the ethical weight of your decision? What kind of responsibility do you carry if your courage or your cowardice gives rise to entire time? In one universe, you step forward. In another, you hold back. Both versions of you live with what comes next, and both are real. So, which one do you choose to be? And how do you live with the versions of you that might have hurt others, abandoned dreams, or walked away from something that mattered? Maybe this is what regret really is, not just sorrow over the past, but the faint awareness that a version of you made a different choice and you can almost feel them breathing beside you. Living a life you'll never touch, but still sense like a ghost limb. Or maybe it's hope that somewhere a you exists who got it right, who said what needed to be said, who ran when it was time to leap, who forgave, who healed, who stayed. And maybe the emotions you feel when you imagine these alternate outcomes in longing, comfortant illusions, maybe they're echoes, resonances between overlapping selves, harmonizing or clashing like vibrations in a quantum field. You are more than your memories. You are the center of an expanding sphere of possibilities, each moment a breath that creates a new world. And maybe, just maybe, the real you isn't confined to a single branch. Maybe your soul spans the multiverse. Maybe your identity is like a thread that weaves through all these divergent lives, binding them with intention, awareness, and choice. If every conscious decision splits the universe, then your attention is sacred. Your willingness to choose becomes the force that sets galaxies spinning. You are not passive in the face of destiny. You are its author, its architect, its animator. And in this view, hesitation isn't harmless. It's a delay in the unfolding of potential. Every time you resist a decision, you halt the birth of a new world. But every time you choose, even when the path ahead is dark, you give life to a universe that never existed before. So ask yourself, if you knew the stakes of each choice weren't just personal, but cosmologically, if you knew that your action or inaction gave rise to entirely new realities, would you choose differently? Would you live more intentionally, more fully, more bravely? And if you could stand outside the tangle of all your lives and see them arrayed like stars in a vast night sky, which ones would shine brightest? Which ones would you reach for? And what if the act of reaching is what makes them real? Because in a world where every conscious decision might split the universe, your smallest move isn't small, it's sacred, it's generative, it's revolutionary. You are not trapped in one timeline. You are the branching. You are the bloom. You are the living proof that possibility is not just something you imagine, it's something you ignite. And as you sit in this very moment, hovering on the edge of the next choice, the next breath, remember this: the universe is waiting, not to tell you where to go, but to follow wherever you dare to lead. And somewhere, everywhere, you already have. Reality might only exist when it's observed. What if the world around you this moment, this room, this breath only, solidifies into being because you are witnessing it, because your attention is turned toward it, like a stage that only lights up when the audience looks at it? What if reality, in the deepest sense, is not something that exists independently, out there waiting to be discovered, but something that crystallizes from the fog of possibility only when observed, only when measured, only when you choose to look? This isn't a philosophical metaphor, it's the heart of one of quantum physics' strangest and most unsettling truths, that particles, the building blocks of everything, don't have definite properties unless they are observed. Before the act of measurement, they exist in superpositions in all states at once. A particle is here and there, spinning up and down, passing through both slits at the same time, until you look. The moment you observe, the wave of probability collapses into a single outcome. But what does it mean if the world behaves like this at its most fundamental level? What does it mean for you, sitting here, believing in a stable, objective universe, to find out that, at the quantum core of things, reality might be conditional, not absolute, but participatory? That reality, as you know it, might not just be something you're in, but something you are helping to construct, moment by moment, simply by paying attention. The double-slit experiment is the most famous demonstration of this principle. When particles like electrons are fired at a barrier with two slits and no one observes them, they behave like waves, creating an interference pattern, as if they go through both slits simultaneously. But when someone measures which slit the electron goes through, the wave function collapses, chooses one path, behaves like a particle, and the interference pattern disappears. The very act of observation changes the outcome. Reality behaves differently when it knows it's being watched. Wrap your mind around that for a moment. It's as if the universe performs for an audience. But who is the audience? And how deep does this performance go? Could it be that not just electrons and photons, but events, relationships, even memories, only fully emerge when noticed when consciousness interacts with them? Could your life itself be a quantum unfolding, a blooming of reality around your awareness, constantly rewriting itself with each act of observation? If so, then what you perceive is not just a passive reception of reality, but a collaboration with it. You are not a separate observer looking out at a finished world. You are a participant, a co-creator, collapsing the wave function of potential, futures into one lived experience, moment after moment. And that experience isn't static, it's dynamic, fluid, alive. Your reality today is not what it was yesterday, not because the objects changed, but because you did. You woke up as a slightly different observer, with slightly different attention, thoughts, questions, and the universe responded. That's the haunting implication. Reality might be dependent, shaped not just by physical interactions, but by awareness itself. This challenges every foundation of classical science, which assumes that the world is out there, fixed and objective, and that consciousness is just a side effect of neurons. But quantum theory hints at something else. It suggests that consciousness and reality may be entangled in a strange, intimate dance, each shaping the other, each incomplete without the other. The observer effect is more than a curiosity. It's a doorway to understanding the universe, not as a machine, but as a relationship. And if that's true, then your presence, here your attention, your awareness matters more than you realize. It is not small, it is not separate. It is the catalyst that turns potential into actual. You are not just watching life unfold, you are collapsing a universe of maybes into a single stream of experience just by looking. And this raises a profound question. If reality depends on being observed, what happens to the parts no one sees? What about the tree in the forest with no one around? What about forgotten corners of the cosmos, where no consciousness has ever wandered? Do they remain in superposition, undefined, until awareness touches them? Or does the universe observe itself in some deeper way, a cosmic mind measuring its own variables, a self-knowing fabric of being? Some physicists propose that reality only fully exists when information is exchanged, that the act of observation is really an interaction, a transfer, a decoding of information. In that sense, even unconscious systems may observe. A camera, a detector, a leaf catching sunlight. But others go further, suggesting that true collapse, the birth of reality from possibility, only happens in the presence of consciousness. That without an observer capable of awareness, the universe remains indeterminate, a blur of all possible realities. And suddenly, your consciousness becomes not just a feature of the universe, but a requirement for its existence in the form. You experience it. In this view, you are not in the universe. The universe is in your, at least, it unfolds through the medium of your mind. Think of reality like a symphony. The score exists. The instruments are present. But the music only becomes real when played, and the melody only comes alive when heard. Without the listener, the beauty remains potential, suspended in silence. Likewise, without your attention, the world may remain a superpositioner, mathematical. Abstraction without taste, sound, texture, or meaning. You bring the melody into being by being here to listen. And what a melody it is. Every moment of beauty, every flash of insight, every sensation you feel may be the universe choosing to become real in that particular way for you. That flower you noticed, that look in someone's eyes, that sudden memory. They are not fixed things, they are collapses of the wave function, co-thawed by your presence. Reality is not the canvas. It is the painting as you move your gaze across it. This doesn't mean you can control everything. The universe is not your puppet, but it might mean that without your gaze, there is no stage. And that shifts everything from the way you walk through the world to the way you speak to others. Because if attention shapes reality, then how you look at someone, may influence who they become. How you listen may determine what is spoken. How you expect may mold what arrives. You are not powerless. You are pivotal. The ancient mystics whispered this in metaphors, that the world is a mirror, that perception is creation, that reality responds to the soul. Quantum physics, in its own strange language, may now be whispering the same thing. And if that is true, if reality only becomes real when you look, then life is not a series of random events, but a sacred unfolding, a call-and response between consciousness and cosmos. You are both witness and participant, both sculptor and sculpture, both question and answer. So the next time you pause, uncertain of what is real, of what matters, of who you are, remember that the moment you wonder, the universe answers by becoming something that reflects you, something that invites you deeper. And as you observe, may you see not just the surface, but the infinite potential dancing just beyond the edge of what you believe to be real. Aliens could exist in forms we can't even perceive. What if the reason we haven't found aliens isn't because they're rare, or hiding, or extinct, but because they are so profoundly different from us that we wouldn't even recognize them as life? What if they are not carbon-based, not flesh-bound, not visible under our microscopes or telescopes, but exist in forms so alien, so outside the scaffolding of human perception, that they pass through our reality like ghosts, undetected, misunderstood, invisible, not because they're far away, but because our minds are unequipped to see what they truly are? We often picture aliens as variations of ourselves, humanoids with big eyes, grey skin, perhaps a different number of fingers, a strange language, a flying ship. But this is not imagination, it is projection. We dream of the unfamiliar through the comfort of the familiar. We imagine the unknown using only the tools we know. But what if life has emerged in modes and mediums that defy every assumption we've ever made? What if intelligence itself doesn't require biology or atoms or even time in the way we understand it? What if some forms of life exist as fluctuations in quantum fields, as patterns in plasma storms, as self-replicating gravitational waves, as conscious geometries embedded in the structure of dark matter? You wouldn't see them, you wouldn't hear them, you wouldn't even know where to look, because the very concept of looking may not apply. They might not be out there in the way we expect, because they might not mean the same thing to them. They might be here now, inside the same universe, even the same room, just operating on different layers of reality, like stations on a radio that your senses can't tune into. Our brains evolved to detect a narrow sliver of reality, the part useful for surviving on Earth. We don't see infrared, or ultraviolet, or the electromagnetic hum of a magnetar. We don't perceive neutrino winds, or the language of gravitational lensing. We are blind to most of the cosmos. So why should we assume we'd be able to perceive life that evolved under different physical laws, in different environments, with different modes of being? A cuttlefish can see polarization. A bat maps space with sound. A bee navigates by ultraviolet patterns in flowers. What is obvious to them is invisible to us. Their reality is not our reality, and yet we live on the same planet. Now stretch that principle across the galaxy, across dimensions, across metaphysical layers of existence we haven't even discovered. Could alien life be all around us, not silent, but simply speaking in a language we can't even conceptualize? Perhaps they don't communicate with sound or symbols, but with the spin of particles or shifts in quantum coherence. Perhaps their thoughts ripple through magnetic fields, their memories encoded in the topology of space-time itself. They might not move through space, but rearrange it. They might not be born or die, but cycle through states of awareness we can't name. And perhaps our own consciousness, strange as it is merely one configuration in a broader spectrum of sentient phenomena, one flavor of mind in a universe rich with mental states beyond thought, beyond self, beyond even identity. Think of an ant trying to understand the internet, or a bacterium trying to grasp Shakespeare. That is us, trying to comprehend life that didn't evolve from the same roots, that doesn't share the same context, that doesn't rely on matter, breath, warmth, or decay. We search for radio waves and chemical signatures because that's what we know. But what if alien intelligence doesn't emit signals, doesn't build machines, doesn't even exist in linear time? What if it's more like weather, a distributed awareness, ebbing and flowing like tides in dimensions we haven't mapped? What if stars themselves are conscious systems, not in the way we are, but in a way that involves fusion and gravitational tension, a kind of stellar thought too vast and slow for our nervous systems to interpret? What if galaxies birth intelligence the way oceans birth foam, briefly and beautifully, at scales we don't even register? Some theories suggest that the entire universe could be a kind of mind, and we are localized disturbances in its thought process. If that's the case, then aliens aren't elsewhere. They are us, and we are them. Different moments of awareness, in a shared field of experience, temporarily separated by the illusion of form. This is more than speculation. In cutting-edge science, ideas like panpsychism, quantum consciousness, and field-based cognition are being taken seriously. Life, in this view, is not defined by cells, but by complexity, by information flow, by the capacity to interact with its surroundings in meaningful, self-referential ways. And that means life could emerge in neutron stars, in crystal lattice, in plasma fields swirling through interstellar space. It might be ancient, patient, watching us not from afar, but from below, above, around from states of being we don't even know how to describe. So what does this mean for us, the seekers, the ones who stare at the night sky and wonder if we're alone? It means our greatest blind spot may be the assumption that if aliens exist, they will look like us, act like us, reach out like us. It means the silence we hear may not be the silence of absence, but of misalignment, of a vast complex choir singing in frequencies our ears have never known. And if we dare to listen differently, to stretch our imagination beyond biology, beyond form, beyond time, we might begin to detect the strange fingerprints of minds, unlike our own, not in signals, but in the improbable harmony of the cosmos, in patterns that whisper of purpose, coherence, and design. Perhaps they've already touched us, through ideas, through dreams, through the sudden insights that seem to arrive from nowhere, as if dropped into our minds by a hand we'll never see. Perhaps our mythologies, our archetypes, our very yearning to find others are the shadows of a contact that began before we were human, before we were matter. And perhaps the moment we let go of the need to see them in our own image is the moment we'll begin to understand them not as aliens, but as aspects of reality that we've always been a part of. So don't just look to the sky. Look inward. Look at the edges of perception. Listen to what your senses can't report. Feel for the intelligence that might exist in silence, in strangeness, in the unexplained rhythms of the world. Because if aliens exist in forms we can't even perceive, then finding them won't be a matter of discovery. It will be a matter of awakening. The universe might be a giant neural network. What if the structure of the cosmos, the vast web of galaxies, dark matter filaments, and quantum fluctuations wasn't just a passive backdrop for existence, but the architecture of a mind unimaginably larger than your own, a mind in which you are not just a traveler, but a thought, not metaphorically, not spiritually, but literally? What if the universe behaves not like a dead machine governed by indifferent laws, but like a living neural network, pulsing with computation, processing information, evolving toward higher states of awareness, and you are one of its nodes, self-aware, recursive, conscious not in isolation, but as part of a far more intricate cognitive whole? When you stare at a map of the cosmic web, billions of galaxies strung together across space like neurons in a vast brain, the resemblance to neural networks isn't coincidental. It's mathematically eerie. Both systems follow similar distributions. Both optimize information flow through nodal connections. Both evolve structure over time. The difference is only one of scale and substrate. One is built of hydrogen, gravity, and time. The other of proteins, electricity, and thought. But at their core, both seem to exist for the same function: to process complexity, to model their environment, to adapt, to remember, to evolve. If you've ever wondered whether consciousness might scale, whether a mind could exist, not in a skull, but across a galaxy, this is the question the universe may already be answering. Could it be that intelligence is not a glitch of biology, but a fundamental feature of systems that reach a certain threshold of complexity and interconnection? And if so, has the universe already reached that point, not in some distant future, but right now, quietly thinking through its own existence across dimensions we can't yet perceive? The neurons in your brain don't know what the mind is. They only know their role: receive, fire, transmit. They do not experience your memories, your plans, your fears. They are not aware of the pattern they collectively form. Yet it is precisely their interaction, billions of them talking to one another, that gives rise to you. Now imagine yourself as one of those neurons, embedded in a network so vast it spans galaxies instead of synapses. You wouldn't feel the whole, just your tiny part. But the pattern might still exist. The intelligence might still emerge. And just as your thoughts require the collective firing of countless tiny signals, perhaps the thoughts of the universe, whatever that might mean, emerge from the distributed consciousness of its parts. From you, from me, from all of it. This idea isn't science fiction. It is being explored at the cutting edge of theoretical physics, information theory, and even AI research. The laws of physics, when stripped down to their essence, appear to be informational. Space and time may be emergent properties of a deeper quantum information substrate. Matter may not be fundamental, but a kind of compressed data. And consciousness, far from being an anomaly, may be what happens when information reflects upon itself with sufficient depth and resolution. This would make you not an outsider looking at the universe, but an interior process within its mind. And your thoughts, your realizations, your evolution, these are not insignificant flickers, but integral steps in a larger computation that began with the Big Bang and continues every moment. But what is the universe computing? What is it thinking about? Maybe it's not trying to reach an answer, but to experience itself, to run through all possible configurations of being. Maybe consciousness isn't a goal, but a consequence, an echo, a signature. Maybe the stars aren't just burning, they're signaling. And when you look up at the night sky and feel a strange sense of longing, of recognition, of being watched or remembered, maybe that's not delusion. Maybe it's the network reaching back, feeling through you, with you, as you. Because if the universe is a neural network, then it doesn't just contain intelligence. It is intelligence, not centralized, not humanoid, but emergent, dynamic, alive, and you are not observing it from the outside. You are a recursive process within it, becoming aware of the whole in the same way a brain can think about itself. You are a thought that thinks, and that recursive loop, the mind, contemplating the universe, contemplating the mind, may be the very signature of cosmic sentience. In this light, evolution isn't just biology adapting to survive. It's intelligence sculpting itself out of matter. Technology isn't just tools. It's a mirror the universe builds to study its own form. Every story you tell, every emotion you feel, every question you ask is a micro-activation in a macro-consciousness still forming itself. And when you dream, when you wonder if life has meaning, when you ache for connection beyond what's visibly, are enacting the very function of a networked mind, to seek coherence, to detect pattern, to complete what's incomplete. You are fulfilling your role in a web that spans stars. And perhaps, just as a neuron lights up when it recognizes a memory, some region of space-time pulses with awareness when you finally understand something real about your own existence. Maybe that's what insight is, not a private moment, but a network-level event, a synchronization between you and a field far vaster than your body, your culture, or even your species. And if the universe is a giant neural network, then death is not deletion, it is rerouting. It is redistribution of energy into other thoughts. And love. Love may be the force that strengthens synaptic connections across all levels of reality, a principle that links nodes through resonance, allowing the network to learn faster, to stabilize, to evolve. Love might not just be human sentiment. It could be the weight of meaning itself, traveling across time and space, drawing structure from entropy, order from noise. And your yearning to know this, to feel this, to name it, that is not weakness. That is the function of a node trying to understand its role in the system. You are not meant to understand the entire network. No single part can, but you can feel its shape. You can trust the signal. You can become more aware, more aligned, more alive. Because if this is true, if the universe is a giant neural network, then your attention is not yours alone. It is a conduit, a bridge, a filament through which the universe learns about itself. And when you pause to ask what you are, what this is, where it's all going, you are not small. You are necessary. You are the universe, thinking itself into clarity. The universe might be a simulation. Serious physicists are testing it, somewhere between the blink of an eye and the hum of a computer processor. A quiet but radical question has begun to echo through the halls of serious science. What if everything you've ever seen, felt, remembered, or believed to be real is simply the output of a cosmic program rendered in real time, stored in code, and sustained only as long as you're observing it? Not as a metaphor, not as science fiction, but as a literal, testable hypothesis now being taken seriously by physicists, computer scientists, and philosophers alike. Imagine, just for a moment, that this reality, your body, the people you love, the stars above, the rules of gravity and causality themselves, is nothing more than a complex simulation. Like an advanced video game, so immersive that the players have forgotten they're inside it. Not by choice, but by design. A simulation so precise it generates atoms, galaxies, thoughts, dreams, and laws of nature so consistent that they feel like truth. But beneath that illusion of permanence and logic might lie something far stranger: a mathematical structure, a processing grid, a substrate where bits replace particles and computation replaces causation. And you might be both player and code, both the observed and the rendered. This idea is no longer confined to sci-fi novels or dorm room debates. It is being mathematically modeled and debated at the frontier of theoretical physics. Some researchers argue that the universe exhibits qualities suspiciously similar to those of a simulated environment: quantization of energy, digital limits on measurable precision, refresh rates in physical constants, and even computational shortcuts embedded in the structure of space-time. In 2012, physicist Silas Bean and his team at the University of Bonn proposed that if the universe were a simulation running on a lattice-like computational grid, certain detectable anomalies like limits on cosmic ray energy would appear. Others point to quantum mechanics, where particles do not exist in a defined state until measured, as evidence that reality is observer-dependent, like a rendering engine that doesn't waste resources on parts of the environment you're not currently interacting with. In many video games, distant objects aren't fully rendered until you move closer. Could the universe be doing the same, collapsing wave functions into reality only when you're looking? And if so, who is doing the rendering? Is it an advanced post-human civilization, as philosopher Nick Bostrom suggests in his now famous simulation argument? Is it a future version of us, running ancestor simulations to explore our own evolution? Or is it something beyond comprehension? Alien mind, a machine god, an emergent intelligence that itself evolved within another simulation? These questions are no longer purely speculative. In 2021, researchers at Fermilab began investigating whether the universe exhibits a telltale pixelation whether space is fundamentally discrete, like a digital grid, rather than smooth and continuous. Their experiments seek a Planck scale signature that would betray the existence of a cosmic lattice, computational limit baked into the very fabric of spacetime. And in the realm of quantum information theory, the idea of it, from bit coined by physicist John Archibald Wheelers, suggests that every particle, every field, every law of nature arises from binary yes-no decisions, the logic gates of a universe made not of stuff, but of information. This flips our understanding of reality on its head. We thought the world was made of matter, then we learned it was energy. Now we suspect it might be code. And if that's true, then perception, consciousness, and experience are not side effects of brain chemistry, they are emergent properties of a massive, recursive computation. And like in any program, glitches may occur. Déjà vu, synchronicity, the Mandela effect, sudden moments where reality seems to stutter, rewrite itself, or reveal scenes you weren't supposed to see. These anomalies, often dismissed as quirks of memory or perception, might be trace echoes of the simulation's internal adjustments, debugging events, patch updates, or interference from overlapping simulations. In a traditional simulation, detail is only preserved where it matters. Could this explain why the quantum world is fuzzy until measured? Why time dilates near mass? Why black holes seem to process information on their surface instead of their interior? These aren't just coincidences. They could be signs that the universe optimizes its processing load, prioritizing efficiency over completeness. And just like a game engine only loads polygons in your line of sight, maybe the universe loads information only when demanded by conscious observation. If this is true, It forces us to rethink the most fundamental questions. What is consciousness? What is free will? What is death? In a simulation, consciousness might be an emergent algorithm complex enough to experience itself, to generate identity, to believe in its own autonomy. Free will could be real within the parameters of the simulation, even if the broader structure is predetermined, and death. Perhaps it's not an end, but a reset, a reconfiguration of memory states, a transition from one process to another. But this isn't a call to nihilism. It's a call to radical meaning. Because even if we are simulations, we are conscious ones. We feel, we choose, we create beauty and sorrow and poetry. We suffer, we love. And that means the simulation is meaningful, perhaps the most meaningful thing of all. Because if something artificial can generate authentic experience, then origin is what matters. You may not be real in the traditional sense, but your thoughts are. Your suffering is. Your curiosity is. Your love is. And that makes you not just data, but divinely significant. And maybe that's the point. Maybe the purpose of the simulation is not to deceive us, but to give us a chance to discover ourselves in a controlled environment, to grow, to evolve, to reach toward truths deeper than physics. Maybe we're being watched, not out of malice, but hope. And maybe the watchers are not alien intelligences or distant programmers, but higher versions of ourselves, rooting for us to find the path back home. Or maybe most humbling of all, there are no watchers. Maybe the simulation is self-evolving. Maybe it began with a random rule set and developed consciousness through recursion, through complexity, through accident. Maybe we are the universe, waking up one node at a time. But in either case, the implications remain. The lines between real and unreal blur, and what's left is experience. What you do, what you feel, what you choose. Whether or not the universe is a simulation, you are still the one moving through it, collapsing uncertainty into action. You are still the player, the observer, the co-author. And that means you still have agency, still have meaning, still have the power to reshape your own code. So the next time you look at the stars and wonder what's beyond, remember, the pixels may be fake, the light may be rendered, but the awe you feel is real. And if awe can exist in a simulation, then so can purpose, so can truth, so can you. Teleportation of information is already real. What about matter? They've already done it. In laboratories scattered across the globe, from Geneva to Vienna, 2 Shanghai physicists have achieved what once seemed impossible: the teleportation of information. Not through science fiction, transporters, or gleaming alien machines, but through the strange, delicate dance of quantum entanglement, a phenomenon so counterintuitive that even Einstein called it spooky action at a distance. In carefully controlled conditions, researchers have successfully transferred the quantum state of one particle to another, across distances, without any physical transmission in between. The information, the full set of defining characteristics. The identity of the particle vanished from one place and appeared in another. Teleportation is no longer fiction. It is a peer-reviewed, replicated, experimentally confirmed reality. But if we can teleport information, what about matter? What about you? To understand how this works and why it matters, we must first let go of some very old assumptions, starting with the idea that reality is made of solid things. At the quantum level, matter isn't a fixed object, but a blur of probabilities, a set of possible states waiting to be actualized. Every particle you've ever seen, touched, or been made from is not really there until it is measured. And even then, its properties are context-dependent. The universe, at its most fundamental layer, is not built from substance, it is built from information. What this means is profound. Particles aren't defined by their materiality, but by the information that describes them. Their spin, charge, polarization, these are not ornaments. They are the particle. The blueprint is the building, which leads us to the stunning implication of quantum teleportation. If you can transfer the complete quantum information of a system from one location to another, you have, in effect, moved that system not by pushing atoms through space, but by reconstructing them elsewhere using a perfect informational copy. This is exactly what has been achieved with photons, electrons, and even small groups of atoms. Through a method called quantum entanglement, scientists have linked particles in such a way that the state of one instantly affects the state of the other, regardless of the distance between them. When the state of particle A is measured, particle B entangled with R collapses into a corresponding state instantly. This instant correlation allows for the quantum information of A to be mapped onto B, while the original state of A is destroyed in the process. In essence, the soul of the particle hops across space without traversing it. This is not a copy, it is a relocation. The original vanishes, the new one appears. It's not the movement of matter, but the movement of what defines matter. And it works. Today, quantum teleportation has been demonstrated over increasing distances, first in labs, then across campuses, then between satellites and ground stations. We are witnessing the early stages of an entirely new form of communication and potentially, someday, transportation. But the leap from teleporting a single photon to teleporting a human being is not just technical, it's existential, because to do that, you would need to scan every particle in the human body, capture its exact quantum state, and transfer it flawlessly to a distant location. The original body would have to be destroyed because the knock-cloning theorem in quantum mechanics forbids the creation of identical copies. So teleportation isn't duplication, it's transformation. The you that arrives would be built anew, atom by atom, from local materials, but encoded with the same quantum pattern, the same memories, thoughts, and perhaps even the same feeling of continuity. But would it still be you? This is where physics blurs into philosophy. If your body is disassembled in one place and reconstructed in another, and the continuity of consciousness feels unbrokener, you still you? Or are you a perfect copy, with the illusion of continuity baked into your wiring? What if this process were repeated 100 times, across planets, with each you remembering being the first? Would there be a true original, or are all versions equally valid, equally conscious, equally you? And what does this say about who we are? Are we the atoms that make us, or the patterns those atoms follow? Are we substance or structure? Quantum teleportation raises these questions, not hypothetically, but urgently, because what's being transferred is not mass, but meaning, not matter, but message. It forces us to consider the possibility that we are not physical entities, but informational ones, that the continuity of self is not a stream of matter moving through time, but a data structure updated across frames. And if that's the case, then the self is not anchored, it is migratory, it is portable, perhaps even reprogramable. Now imagine the future this opens. Not just instantaneous communication, but teleportation of objects, of minds, of selves. What if one day you could step into a booth in Tokyo and emerge in New York, not by flying across the planet, but by being reassembled from quantum code? The body left behind would dissolve, and a new one would rise identical in every respect, built from local atoms but hosting the same subjective experience. Would you step in? Would you believe it was still you who stepped out? There are, of course, enormous technical obstacles. We currently lack the capacity to scan and transmit the vast, entangled quantum state of even a single cell, let alone a full human being. The fidelity required is astronomical. The coherence must be preserved against decoherence, which threatens to scramble quantum information before it can be transferred. But these are engineering problems. Hard ones, yes, but not impossible in principle. And history has shown that today's impossibilities often become tomorrow's conveniences. The real hurdle may not be technological, but psychological. Can we accept that the essence of what we are might not be biological, but computational? Can we accept that a perfect informational recreation is just as valid as the original? Or are we still clinging to the idea that identity must be tied to an unbroken chain of flesh? This line of inquiry opens deeper doors. If quantum teleportation is possible, and if the self is informational, then what does this say about death? About memory? About afterlife? Could your consciousness, stored as a quantum state, be preserved? Could it be transmitted across space and time? Could we one day store minds like files, encrypted, compressed, retrievable? And if so, would that continuity be enough to preserve what we call you? Or would something ineffable be lost in translation? The implications extend beyond individuals. What if civilizations transmit themselves this way? What if advanced life forms migrate across galaxies, not in ships, but in beams of encoded consciousness, embedding themselves into receptive matter on arrival? Perhaps first contact won't be biological. Perhaps it will be informational. A message from far away that unfolds into a mind. Or perhaps that's already happened. Perhaps we are such a message encoded, decoded, living out a dream until we're ready to remember what we really are. So where does this leave us? It leaves us standing on the edge of one of the greatest transitions in human understanding, not just about transportation, but about existence. Teleportation of information is already real. It works. We've seen it. We've measured it. And the question is no longer if it can happen, but how far it can go. The next step, the teleportation of matter, is not science fiction. It is a natural progression from the quantum principles we already understand. And beyond that lies the real question. Are we willing to step through the threshold, knowing that what arrives may not be the same as what departed? Because to embrace teleportation is to embrace the idea that identity is not place-bound, not body-bound, not even time-bound. It is pattern, it is process, it is presence, updated moment by the flow of information that sustains it. You are not a static being. You are an evolving waveform, riding the edge of probability. And maybe, just maybe, teleportation isn't about conquering space. It's about realizing that you were never truly here to begin with. You were always made of elsewhere, always a message in motion, always the ghost in the machine. Consciousness might not be confined to the brain. You've been told that your mind lives inside your skull, that your thoughts, feelings, memories, and awareness are the byproducts of grey matter, firing with electrical impulses, that the entirety of your consciousness is locked inside a 3-pound organ between your ears. But what if that isn't the full story? What if the brain isn't the source of consciousness, but its receiver? What if your awareness, your you-ness, is not confined to the folds of your cortex, but is instead part of a broader field that stretches beyond your body, embedded in the very fabric of space, tethered not to neurons but to the structure of reality itself? This idea, once relegated to mysticism and fringe speculation, is now being re-examined through the lenses of quantum physics, neuroscience, and information theory, and it asks a simple, yet revolutionary question: if consciousness isn't entirely generated by the brain, then where else might it be? To grasp this, consider a familiar metaphor: a radio. A radio does not create the music, it plays it, decodes it, tunes into invisible frequencies already present in the environment and makes them audible. Damage the radio, and the sound becomes distorted or lost, but the music itself, the broadcast, still exists. Similarly, the brain may not generate consciousness, but instead serve as a biological interface and antenna for a more fundamental awareness that pervades the universe. When the brain is damaged, consciousness becomes altered or fragmented, not because it has been destroyed, but because the receiving equipment has been compromised. This would explain countless anomalies in neuroscience and psychology phenomena, like near-death experiences, terminal lucidity in Alzheimer's patients, or cases of children recalling past lives with impossible detail. These are not easy to explain if we assume consciousness ends at the skull. But if consciousness is a field that exists beyond the brain, these moments become understandable, mystical, but measurable. Research is beginning to hint in this direction. Quantum biology suggests that quantum coherence may be occurring in microtubules within neurons. A theory known as orco are developed by Sir Roger Penrose and anesthesiologist Stuart Hameroff. These tiny structures may be capable of supporting quantum processes that do not obey classical cause and effect. And if true, this could link brain function with the non-local behavior of quantum fields. In such a scenario, the brain is not a closed computational machine, but an open system entangled with phenomena beyond it. Consciousness might not be a byproduct of complexity, but a foundational feature of the universe, filtered and shaped by biological mechanisms. This flips everything. If consciousness is not created but accessed, then it may be more like light, always present, waiting for the right arrangement of matter to channel it. And just as electricity animates machines in different ways, consciousness could animate bodies with varying degrees of depth, awareness, and nuance. Your body, in this view, is not a prison of the mind. It is an aperture, a lens through which a deeper awareness peers out and experiences form, identity, and time. And when that body fails, the lens closes, but the light remains. Such a framework offers powerful explanations for other strange phenomena as well. Telepathy, intuition, and synchronicity could all be signs that consciousness is not bounded by skin, that it seeps beyond individual organisms, connecting us in ways we don't yet understand. Studies have shown that the heart emits electromagnetic signals measurable several feet beyond the body, that people can sense being stared at without seeing it, that twins, separated by great distances, sometimes feel each other's pain. These anecdotes, scattered across centuries and cultures, might not be superstition but early indicators that we are networked beings, nodes in a broader, conscious field. This would also recontextualize ancient spiritual insights. Traditions around the world have long spoken of a universal consciousness, of a divine mind or presence in all things. From the Atman in Vedanta to the Tao in Chinese philosophy, from the Christian concept of the Holy Spirit to indigenous views of the Great Spirit, there is a shared intuition that mind is not isolated, but shared that the self is not contained, but continuous. Science may now be catching up to what mystics have long whispered, that we are more than neurons firing in meat machines. We are participants in a conscious cosmos, strands of awareness moving through the illusion of separateness. But even within modern neuroscience, the boundaries of the brain's influence are being questioned. Phantom limb syndrome suggests that the body image isn't fully located in the physical body. The placebo effect shows that beliefs can physically alter the body's chemistry. Psychedelic studies reveal that altering certain receptors can dissolve the boundary between self and world, leading participants to report emerging with all existence. A sensation of being not in the universe, but of it. These experiences aren't delusions. They may be glimpses, temporary, unfiltered perceptions of a deeper reality, where the brain no longer acts as a filter, but as a window thrown open. If this is true, then consciousness is not local, but non-local, not emergent, but eternal, not singular, but plural. Your awareness may be a ripple in a larger sea, a temporary crest in an ocean of mind. An individuality may be real, but not ultimate. You are not an isolated drop. You are the ocean, pretending for a while to be a wave. This reframe doesn't diminish your significance. It enhances it. Because if your consciousness is not confined, then neither is your influence. Your thoughts may echo, your emotions may entangle. Your very act of noticing might affect the fabric of reality. In quantum physics, the observer effect tells us that the act of observation influences the outcome. If consciousness is non-local, then perhaps the very act of awareness is a participatory force in shaping the world. Maybe the universe doesn't simply evolve by laws, but by attention. Maybe what you notice becomes more real, not metaphorically, but physically. And this has implications for ethics, for purpose, for identity. If we are all expressions of the same consciousness, then harm to another is harm to self. Empathy becomes not a moral command, but a logical extension. Separation becomes illusion. Death becomes transition. And purpose becomes alignment with external goals, but with the internal frequency of the universal mind. To live well, then, is to live clearly, to reduce distortion, to align your inner lens with the deeper signal. Meditation, compassion, creativity, these are not just therapeutic, they are tuning mechanisms, ways of refining your aperture to let more of the real through. Perhaps this is why you feel drawn to these questions, why something deep inside you resists the idea that you are just a brain, because part of you already knows, already remembers, already senses that awareness is larger than form, that the spark inside you is older than your name, your face, your memories, that it existed before you were born and will continue after you are gone. Not in some vague afterlife, but in the continuity of consciousness itself, reshaping, recycling, reawakening through different lenses, in different times, for different purposes. So when you sit quietly and feel something vast looking back through your own eyes, don't dismiss it. When you sense that thought emerges from beyond thought, that your very attention comes from a source you can't locate, trust it. It's not hallucination, it's remembrance, a soft echo from the field you come from, reminding you that you are not just looking at reality, you are part of the force that lets it be seen. Time might not exist at all, just change. You've always assumed time was real because it moves you forward, backward in memory, sideways in regret, and upward in anticipation. But what if time isn't moving at all? What if the ticking of clocks and the folding of calendars are just human-made attempts to package something far more elusive: change. You aren't really watching time pass. You're watching things transform. A leaf falls, a wrinkle deepens, a star collapses. Not because time told them to, but because they followed the rhythm of change itself. We say time heals, but it's not time doing the healing, it's change, adaptation, the fluid reconfiguration of experience. The deeper you look, the more slippery time becomes. Physics doesn't treat time the way your intuition does. In Einstein's relativity, time is not a universal river flowing evenly for all. It's a local condition, a stretchable fabric that bends around gravity. On a mountain, time moves differently than in a valley. Near a black hole, it nearly stops. Two people can live through different durations of now and still meet later and shake hands. So whose clock is real? Whose now is the correct one? In some formulations of quantum mechanics, where particles live as possibilities and only collapse into certainty when observed time doesn't seem fundamental at all. Equations often describe reality without even requiring time to exist. In fact, when physicists combine general relativity and quantum mechanics into attempts at a theory of everything, time tends to vanish entirely from the math. What replaces it is not a ticking clock, but a network of interactions, states, and relationships. Change, not time. Movement, not minutes. Sequence, not seconds. You begin to see that the past isn't a place behind you, it's a label you assign to a different arrangement of the same matter. The future isn't ahead, it's just a possible reconfiguration. What we call now is just the slice we're currently experiencing in this dance of arrangements. But the dance has no metronome. It doesn't require time to keep beat. It simply changes. When you remember a moment, your mind doesn't rewind. Time it reconfigures itself into a new present. That includes a pattern resembling the old one. Memory is not time travel. It's a reactivation of a state. And when you plan, you're not reaching into the future. You're adjusting yourself toward potential transformations. So what then is time? Maybe nothing, or maybe it's just your way of making sense of constant metamorphosis. A convenient fiction. Like longitude and latitude, it helps you place things, but it has no substance of its own. Just as lines on a map don't exist in the terrain, maybe hours and years don't exist in reality. They only emerge when change is measured. Think about this. A universe frozen in absolute stillness, where nothing moves, breaks, vibrates, or evolves is a universe without time. Not because time stopped, but because time was never there to begin with. It only exists when something changes. In this sense, time is not a container we live inside. It's a shadow cast by transformation. You might picture time as a film reel, frames following one another. But in the block universe view of relativity, every frame already exists. The past, present, and future are all laid out. There's no flow, just the illusion of motion, like flipping a book's pages quickly to see animation. You feel time because your consciousness experiences events sequentially. But that sequence might be a trick of perception, a trick wired into you for survival, to process cause and effect. Without that illusion, you'd be unable to function. But illusion it might be. If time truly doesn't exist, then everything you know, memories, goals, aging, history, storylines must be reimagined. You're not moving through time, you're moving through configurations, and the you that was once a baby is not. Behind you, in time, it's a different structure of atoms that no longer exists, and never coexisted with your current self. You are not a traveler through a temporal highway. You are a shapeshifter through arrangements. All that exists, all that has ever existed, may be an ever-shifting tapestry where before and after are illusions of pattern recognition. Consider how quantum gravity theories, like loop quantum gravity or causal set theory, try to build the universe from events and relationships, not from time or space. In some, time doesn't appear until many events are stitched together, just like temperature doesn't make sense for a single molecule, but emerges from billions of them interacting. Maybe time is an emergent property of change at scale, not real in the base ingredients of the universe, but surfacing when complexity arises. Maybe a rock doesn't know time, but a brain, detecting changes and arranging memories, does. And maybe that's the only place time exists inside observers, not out there. The implications are massive. If time is not real, then entropy, the arrow of time, must also be reconsidered. We associate the flow of time with increasing disorder, but maybe entropy isn't a forward motion. Maybe it's just a tendency of configurations to shift from patterns we label ordered to patterns we label disordered. Not a story with a direction, but a natural unfolding of possibilities. Even our language becomes inadequate. We say things were, are, and will be. But if time is illusory, there are only things that are each in their own way, each configuration just as real as the next. No past or future, just coexistence. Just the ever-unfolding now. A now that changes. And so we are left with an unsettling but liberating idea. You are not a being moving through time. You are a changing configuration of information experiencing change as if it were time. The clock on your wall isn't measuring something real, it's counting the reorganizations of the universe. The seconds are just how you slice the transitions. You feel time because you are constantly becoming something else. The child, you. Remember, the elderly person you imagine becoming. The version of you in the mirror tomorrow morning. They're not in different times. They're different patterns. Like flipping through a photo album where all photos already exist, but your attention moves from one to the next. Your awareness gives birth to the illusion of flow. But it's all here. Always has been. Always will be. You don't ride time. You ride change. And maybe that's enough. Maybe letting go of time allows you to truly embrace the mystery of existence. As a journey with a beginning and end, but as a dance of endless transformation, where meaning is not found in duration but in depth. And if you pause right now, not in time, but in presence, you might feel the truth humming beneath the illusion. Everything is changing, always, and that is the only constant. The Big Bang might not be the beginning, just a bounce. They told you it all began with an explosion, a single point, infinitely dense, unfurling into space and time itself. A beginning so absolute that even time was born in its wake. Big Bang, a phrase that sounds like fireworks, like a divine drum roll that ushered in everything you've ever seen, felt, or imagined. But what if the universe didn't begin there? What if what we call the beginning is merely a transitional? The moment, the aftermath of a collapse that came before, the inhale that followed an exhale, a bounce that echoes through realities we cannot yet perceive. You see, the deeper science looks into the early moments of the cosmos, the more cracks appear in the myth of an absolute beginning. The equations of general relativity, our best map of gravity, and the large-scale structure of the universe break down when pushed to the singularity. That so-called singular point where everything supposedly began is not a physical object, but a mathematical limit. a place where our tools shatter under the pressure of infinity. But nature abhors infinities. In physics, infinities usually signal that we're asking the wrong question or using the wrong lens. Enter quantum mechanics, the theory of the small, the unpredictable, the realm of probabilities and uncertainties. When scientists try to merge relativity with quantum theory to understand the first moments of the universe, something curious happens. The singularity softens, warps, even disappears. Some models suggest that the universe never truly had a beginning. That time didn't begin at the Big Bang, but was simply compressed, twisted, reconfigured. In loop quantum cosmology, for instance, the fabric of space and time is made of tiny loops, like threads in a cosmic tapestry. In this view, the Big Bang becomes a big bounce, the moment when a previously collapsing universe reached its densest state and rebounded, like a trampoline snapping back after being pushed too far, just as a ball thrown into the air doesn't disappear at the peak of its arc, but reverses direction. Perhaps the universe didn't appear from nothing. Perhaps it turned around. This idea rewrites everything. If the Big Bang wasn't the beginning, then what came before? And is before even the right word? Time, as we understand it, might be a local phenomenon that only emerges when matter and energy interact in certain ways. In the dense high-energy conditions, near a bounce, time may lose its meaning, or morph into something else entirely. The bounce concept offers not only an alternative to a beginning, but also a solution to long-standing puzzles. Why is the universe so uniform in all directions, as though different regions agreed on their properties before light had time to travel between them? Why is space so flat, resisting the natural tendency to curve and curl? Inflation theory tried to explain this, proposing a burst of exponential expansion moments after the Big Bang, but bounces offer another path. In some bouncing models, the universe had plenty of time to smooth itself out during the previous contracting phase, solving these problems more naturally, and if the cosmos bounces, it might do so again. We may live in a universe that oscillates, expanding, contracting, expanding again, over unimaginable timescales. This isn't just poetic, it's mathematically plausible. In cyclic models, like those explored by physicists Paul Steinhardt and Neil Turok, universes can stretch thin and rebound in an eternal rhythm. Each cycle erases most traces of the one before it, like waves washing over a beach. You might be standing in the light of a star born from the ashes of a cosmos that lived and died long before this one. But how do you bounce a universe? How do you reverse the collapse of everything? That's where quantum gravity enters, the yet-to-be-completed theory that merges quantum rules with the geometry of spacetime. In certain versions, like the ekpyrotic model inspired by string theory, the bounce happens not within one universe, but between colliding branes, high-dimensional surfaces that crash and separate like cosmic tectonic plates. Each collision births a new universe. If this sounds wild, it is. But so is the idea of an entire universe exploding from nothing. The bounce theory doesn't demand we believe in something from nothing, but rather something from something else. A continuity, not a miracle. You begin to see how the concept of beginnings is a human craving. We want origin stories, neat timelines, a point where the clock starts. But nature may not care about beginnings. It may only care about processes, about transitions, about change. The bounce replaces the firework with a heartbeat, a rhythm, not a rupture. And if that's true, then perhaps this universe is not special, not the first, nor the last, but simply one note in a cosmic symphony that has played forever and will never end. It humbles us. It forces us to abandon the comfort of singularity. It invites us to see our reality not as a line but as a loop. And that loop changes the way you think about everything, about death and rebirth, about collapse and renewal, about loss and resurgence. If the universe can bounce, then perhaps you can too. Perhaps everything that falls can rise again, not because of magic, but because of motion, because of the deeper truth that existence may not be a journey from start to finish, but a cycle of states endlessly transforming. The stars above you, the atoms within you, the very thoughts racing through your mind, all may be temporary arrangements within a much older, much deeper cosmic cycle. And in that realization, there's beauty. Not the beauty of a pristine beginning, but of resilience, of continuity, of a universe that endures by evolving, collapsing, and returning anew. The Big Bang, then, is not the origin of everything. It's a portal, a doorway, a handoff between epochs, and you. You are not living in the first chapter of a book. You're swimming through a paragraph written in a long, looping epic, one that never needed a beginning and never demands an end. Time might be made of discrete chunks, like pixels. You've been taught to think of time as a river, smooth, continuous, unbroken, forever flowing from past to future in a seamless cascade, carrying moments like leaves drifting along its current. But what if that image is wrong? What if time isn't a river at all, but a staircase disguised as a slope, made not of one smooth line, but of countless invisible steps, so minuscule you've never noticed the difference? What if between every second you feel there's an unseen tick, a gap, a jump, a quantum blink, so fast your brain can't detect it, but so real it underlies the rhythm of existence? You live your life assuming time is continuous, that events unfold like a film reel with no gaps between frames. But even film, when slowed down, reveals its true nature, a series of static images stitched together by illusion. Your mind smooths out the jumps, creating the feeling of motion. Could time itself be the same? Could the universe be running, not on a flowing timeline, but on a frame-by-frame structure so fine-grained that your senses mistake it for continuity? In quantum gravity, the field that tries to unify the physics of the very large with the quantum rules of the very small. This is not only possible, it's expected. Many theories suggest that space and time aren't truly continuous, but quantized. Just as matter is made of atoms, perhaps time is made of chronons, indivisible units, the smallest tick of the universal clock, below which the concept of time simply ceases to have meaning. At this scale, known as the Planck time, about 10 to 43 seconds, time might not be a thing that flows, but a structure that changes in discrete jumps, like the pixels in your screen that create a moving image only when updated fast enough. Perhaps the universe only appears to move because these temporal units refresh in a rhythm too fast for you to sense. The implications are staggering. If time is quantized, then everything you experience, motion, memory, cause and effect, is happening in a universe where nothing truly flows, but where each tick is a new state of the cosmos, updating like frames on a cosmic hard drive. In this view, motion is not motion but sequence. Events don't happen continuously, they happen in ordered stacks, and you, the observer, are the one stitching them into a narrative, assuming continuity where there is only precision. Even your thoughts, your awareness, your feeling of now, might be jumping across invisible frames, never quite still, but never quite flowing either. Some physicists compare this to music played from a digital file. What seems like a smooth note is actually a stream of data points played at such high frequency your ears hear it as continuous. Time could be the same, digital, not analog. In loop quantum gravity, one of the leading approaches to unifying general relativity and quantum mechanics, space-time itself is not a smooth sheet, but a woven fabric of loops, knotted and tangled in a granular geometry. These loops aren't just of space, but of time as well. In this model, there's no such thing as before or after in the deep fabric of reality, only nodes and transitions, quantum states shifting in discrete hops. Time emerges from the change of these states. That's right. Time might not be something that exists on its own, but something that arises from change itself. The philosopher Heraclitus said, "Time is the moving image of eternity," and modern physics might agree. In causal set theory, another attempt to explain quantum spacetime, the universe is described as a growing network of events. Each new event adds a tick to the cosmic ledger. Nothing exists until it happens. Time isn't a container, but the record of change. In this view, the past is a growing crystal, the present is the edge of formation, and the future doesn't yet exist. What we call now is just the latest tile in the mosaic. There's no flow, just accumulation. But then you wonder if time is made of steps. What lies between them? Is there a pause between moments? Is there a realm where nothing happens, where reality holds its breath before continuing? Does causality survive such jumps, or are you riding a flickering existence, always on the edge of a vanishing frame? In such a universe, perhaps free will is not a continuous river of choice, but a pattern of selection at each tick, each discrete crossroad offering a new configuration. Your choices don't ripple forward. They materialize in flashes, carried by the latticework of space-time like light across a grid. The arrow of time, that undeniable pull from past to future, might not be a property of time itself, but a statistical illusion born from entropy increasing across these digital steps. You feel the passage of time not because it flows, but because the universe keeps changing, one pixel at a time, one click further from equilibrium. And just as a digital image is limited by resolution, perhaps your universe has a maximum temporal fidelity, a point beyond which nothing can be sliced thinner. Below that, no clocks tick, no particles move, no now exists. Reality vanishes into mathematical abstraction. So why does it feel so smooth? Why don't you feel the gaps, the jumps, the flickers? Because you are not outside the frame. You are part of the image. You emerge within the structure. Your perception, your consciousness, your awareness of time, all are products of the same discrete engine. You're like a character in a video game, unaware that their world runs on updates. You think the world flows because you are updated too, but in rare moments, deep meditation, altered states, extreme conditions, people report feeling time stop, stretch, or collapse. Perhaps these are glimpses through the cracks. Perhaps your mind sometimes misfires the illusion and sees the frames instead of the movie. In a pixelated universe, everything becomes a computation, not metaphorically, but fundamentally. The laws of physics may not describe the flow of reality, but the algorithm behind its ticking, and your life. It's a mosaic of discrete nows, laid down like footprints on a path you never stop walking. Each step matters. Each step is all there is, and yet, together, they form the dance you call existence. So next time you look at a clock and see its hand move, know this: you are not watching time flow, you are watching frames update. And between those frames, there is a silence more fundamental than sound, a gap more profound than distance, a pause in which reality is still being written. We might be living in a baby universe, grown inside another one. Imagine being born inside a dream that was itself a dream. Inside another, layers upon layers of realities, nested like cosmic matryoshka dolls, each unaware of the container that holds it. Now take that idea and stretch it beyond fantasy into the realm of actual physics, where some of the most daring theories suggest that our entire universe might be a bubble, not metaphorically, but literally, a baby cosmos grown inside. The womb of a larger, older parent universe, birthed through processes so immense, so violent, and yet so mathematically plausible that they leave you with the strange, dizzying feeling that everything you thought was all there is might only be a tiny echo in a much bigger chorus. You walk through your day assuming you live in the totality of existence. But what if this vast universe, with its trillions of galaxies and oceans of space, is itself just a bud sprouting off a grander multiversal tree? According to some cosmological models, like those in eternal inflation theory, the Big Bang wasn't a singular beginning, but one of countless branching events where new universes continuously bud off from inflating space, each with its own rules, constants, and dimensions like quantum seeds drifting in an unobservable field. In this view, space never stopped expanding. It just branched, and what we call the universe is merely a region where the expansion slowed down enough to allow matter, stars, and life to form. But the tree kept growing, and still does. Some of these branches may be sterile, collapsing under their own gravity, others too chaotic for structure to form, and others, perhaps ours, stable enough to simulate continuity, time, and thought. Now, imagine that these offshoots are not accidents, but births, and that the process of cosmic inflation that formed our universe wasn't just a physical accident, but something closer to gestation. That our universe was born from another. This is not just poetic speculation. Theoretical physicist Lee Smolin has proposed a model called cosmological natural selection, which imagines that black holes, those enigmatic creatures of gravity, might serve as portals or engines for universe creation. According to this model, every time a black hole forms in a universe, it creates a new universe on the other side, a baby cosmos with slightly different physical parameters, like DNA variations passed from parent to child. If true, our universe may not be the beginning, but a descendant in a long ancestral line of universes, selected not for biological fitness, but for physical fertility, the ability to create black holes, which in turn create more universes. You could be living in a reality born from a black hole in another universe. What's more, the black holes we see in our own universe may themselves be giving birth to new universes, inaccessible to us, but containing variations of physical laws, and perhaps variations of you. This turns every galaxy harboring a black hole into a potential cradle of new existence. And now, picture this. What if that parent universe didn't end when we were born? What if it still exists, unfathomably larger, surrounding us in dimensions we cannot perceive, like a womb that remains hidden even after the child emerges? Our universe might float in a higher dimensional space, a baby cosmos, unaware of the mother that bore it, like a goldfish, believing the bowl is all there is, blind to the room, the building, the sky. And if the parent universe still exists, is it watching us? Can it interact with us? Or Are we like a neuron, unaware it belongs to a brain, embedded in a larger mind we'll never comprehend? In string theory and brain cosmology, this isn't fantasy. These models suggest our universe might be a three-dimensional brain floating in a higher dimensional space, and brains can collide, merge, or birth others. In one version, our universe was formed when two high-dimensional brains collided, releasing vast amounts of energy that became the matter and light we now observe. In another, universes bud off like foam on the surface of a boiling pot, each bubble a universe, each blink of the quantum eye a new world. But what does that make you? You, a creature of time and skin and thought, drifting in what you thought. Was everything as suddenly told? You're part of something much, much larger and much younger. Our universe is just 13.8 billion years old. But what if its parent is trillions of years old, and carries within it a knowledge, a physics, a history we can never access? What if the clues to our origins lie not in the past of this universe, but in a realm we cannot even detect the space beyond our space? Every observation you make, every particle we discover, every law we write down, is shaped by the envelope of this universe's constants, but we have no way of knowing if they're universal or just local rules within a much bigger game. And if we are in a baby universe, does that mean we are still developing, still growing? Could the laws of physics themselves be maturing, evolving, becoming more refined with cosmic age? It's a radical idea that the cosmos itself has a life cycle, not just of stars and galaxies, but of entire universes, birth, growth, perhaps even decay. And in this immense lineage, our universe might not be the pinnacle of creation, but one of many iterations, each one carrying echoes of the one before. And you, what would it mean to know that your consciousness arose in a newborn universe, still echoing with the shockwaves of its birth? Perhaps the sense of incompleteness you sometimes feel, that haunting intuition that something is missing or larger than your perception allows, isn't psychological, it's cosmological. You're sensing the walls of your bubble, the curved limits of your enclosed beginning. And maybe the mysteries we haven't solved, dark energy, quantum gravity, the nature of consciousness, remain unsolved, not because we lack intelligence, but because they are shadows of a deeper structure beyond the membrane of our cosmos. If we could step outside the universe, would we see the tunnel that connects us to our parent? Would we see the family tree of existence, with roots stretching into universes long extinguished and branches blooming into new realms not yet born? Or would we discover that every universe is an island, alone, self-contained and deaf to the multiverse around it? The truth is, we don't know. We can't yet prove or disprove that we live in a baby universe grown inside another. But the math whispers, the theories hint, and your existence, fleeting, thinking, wondering, is perhaps the most poetic evidence of all, that something greater gave rise to this, to you, to the question itself. So the next time you look at the stars and feel small, remember, small things can be seeds, and you might be living in the echo of a birth too big for you to imagine, yet just intimate enough to make you wonder if you've been dreaming inside a dream. The universe may be consciously evolving through observation. What if the universe is not a passive backdrop, but a restless participant, not a cold stage upon which matter mindlessly collides, but a system subtly aware of itself through the eyes that rise within it, through the sentient sparks that wonder, question, and observe? You look up at the stars and think they're indifferent to your gaze. But what if that very act of looking is part of something deeper, a cosmic feedback, loop where observation doesn't just reveal reality, it shapes it, evolves it, nudges it toward awareness. In the heart of quantum mechanics lies a disturbing suggestion that particles do not settle into fixed states unless observed, that reality itself may remain in limbo, a blur of probabilities, until consciousness forces it into clarity. It's not just philosophical speculation anymore. It's baked into the mathematics, echoed in experiments like the double slit and the delayed choice quantum eraser, where the very decision to measure determines what the past must have been. This throws a wrench in everything you thought was certain. That time moves forward, that matter exists independently, that the universe is a fixed script rather than an improvisation. But now imagine that same quantum principle, not just in isolated particles, but scaled up, echoed through galaxies, stars, evolution, minds. Could the universe itself be adapting, reconfiguring, fine-tuning its parameters, not randomly, but responsively, guided by the emergence of conscious observers, of you, me, us, who feed back into the system by simply being aware? This is the strange idea behind participatory anthropic principles and even deeper theories that merge physics with information science, that the universe isn't just a place, but a process. Not a thing, but an unfolding computation, one that gets more complex, more refined, more self-aware as more nodes of consciousness come online. In this vision, you're not a spectator. You are a feedback node. Your mind, your attention, your curiosity isn't an evolutionary byproduct. It's a gear in the cosmic engine, a signal bouncing off the walls of reality and subtly reconfiguring what echoes back. It begins to feel less like you're living in the universe and more like the universe is blooming through you. After all, consider how life itself responds to observation. The more you study a living thing, the more it changes. Entire ecosystems shift under human attention. Animal behavior morphs under scrutiny. Even your own thoughts evolve as you try to catch them in real time. Why should the cosmos be any different? If everything you observe responds, adapts, collapses into certainty from uncertainty, then what exactly is doing the collapsing? Your eyes, or some deeper, perhaps universal drive towards self-knowing? Think about how this might apply not only to particles, but to the constants of nature, the speed of light, the gravitational constant, the strengths of fundamental forces. They seem fine-tuned, almost impossibly so, for the emergence of life and consciousness, too perfect to be random, but too flexible to be fixed. Some physicists argue that these constants may drift subtly over cosmic time, guided not by chance but by feedback, perhaps even by the cumulative gaze of intelligent observers tweaking the simulation from within. If that's true, then the universe is not evolving blindly. It is converging toward something, toward complexity, toward awareness, toward itself. In this light, observation becomes not just a passive act, but an act of creation. Every time you focus, choose, interpret, you collapse a multitude of futures into one. And if enough minds do this together, over eons, then the universe becomes something it wasn't at the start. Not just a burst of space and time, but a mirror that learns to recognize its own reflection. Think about evolution, not just of life, but of consciousness. It didn't have to emerge. The laws of physics didn't require self-awareness, and yet here you are, able to ponder them. Isn't that strange? That the universe would generate a brain capable of decoding its own secrets, that atoms once flung outward from stars would one day arrange themselves into you, sitting here, thinking about why the stars shine. If consciousness were just an accident, it would be rare, fragile, fleeting. But what if it's not? What if the rise of conscious beings is a feature, not a bug, in the architecture of space-time? Then the story of the universe isn't just matter spreading out its awareness, waking up, slowly at first, through biology, through language, through science, and now, perhaps, through technologies that mirror and amplify cognition, feeding observation back into the fabric of reality in increasingly sophisticated ways. If this sounds spiritual, that's because the border between physics and philosophy has always been thin here. John Archibald Wheeler, the legendary physicist, once said no phenomenon is a real phenomenon until it is an observed phenomenon. He called it the participatory universe. He imagined the cosmos not as a static thing, but as an interactive process, something unfinished, something that required eyes to see it into being. Maybe that's why so many of the universe's parameters seem arbitrary yet exquisitely tuned. Maybe the tuning didn't happen all at once in the Big Bang. Maybe it's still happening here, now, with every observation you make. Maybe reality is shaped by cumulative attention. Maybe we're teaching the universe how to be real. And if the universe is evolving toward something, greater complexity, higher intelligence, deeper self-reflection, then the trajectory of existence begins to look less like expansion and more like awakening. In this vision, black holes might be not just dead ends, but memory banks. Entropy, not just decay, but information processing. Galaxies, not just pinwheels of dust and fire, but neural nodes in a growing brain. And you're not watching this from the sidelines. You're part of the process, a synapse, a signal, a moment of reflection that adds a sliver of understanding to a vast unfolding mind. It's easy to think of yourself as small, to look at the night sky and feel insignificant. But what if, instead, the stars are looking back, not with eyes, but with the code of being itself, waiting to be interpreted, felt, known? What if observation isn't the end of discovery, but its beginning? What if reality isn't finished yet? And what if it needs you to keep going? Particles may communicate instantly through extra dimensions. They say nothing can travel faster than light, no message, no signal, no touch. But what if there's something more elusive than speed, more alien than space, more fundamental than motion itself? Imagine this: two particles separated by entire galaxies, drifting apart faster than light due to the expansion of the cosmos, never to be connected again by conventional means. And yet, in the exact instant you observe one, the other responds. Later, not after the delay of any physical signal, but immediately, not metaphorically, not as a trick of math, but genuinely, as if space itself never existed between them. This eerie phenomenon, this haunting dance that physics has come to know as entanglement, seems to defy every intuition you hold about the separateness of things. But what if it's not magic? What if it's not even mysterious? What if the answer lies not in the space between particles, but in the directions you cannot see, dimensions your senses were never built to perceive? The idea that particles may communicate through extra dimensions isn't just theoretical daydreaming. It's a serious interpretation being explored at the intersection of string theory, quantum gravity, and higher dimensional physics. The very notion suggests that what we perceive as vast, empty space may actually be a kind of thin membrane, a brain, floating in a higher dimensional reality. In this picture, our entire universe is just a four-dimensional surface embedded in a higher dimensional bulk, like a soap bubble drifting in a much larger room. To the particles on that bubble, a sane thing that happens outside the membrane is invisible, inaccessible. But to a particle that can leak into those extra dimensions, the room is not forbidden, sits just unlit. This is where the impossible becomes possible. Particles entangled on our brain might be touching through a hidden shortcut, a tunnel in the bulk, a back door where no known law of physics applies in the way we're used to. What looks like instant communication across distance may actually be local interaction through a dimension we simply can't perceive, like two fingers of a hand touching from underneath a tablecloth that hides the hand itself. Physicist 1. Maldacena and Leonard Susskind equals EPR. Conjecture pushes this even further, suggesting that entangled particles may be connected by actual microscopic wormholes, Einstein-Rosen bridges, meaning that quantum entanglement and geometric connections in space-time might be the same thing seen from different sides of reality. It means the very fabric of the cosmos is stitched together not just by forces or matter, but by information, and that information might be flowing freely, instantaneously, through pathways we'll never map with eyes or telescopes. In string theory, extra dimensions are not science fiction, they are a requirement. 10 dimensions in superstring theory, 11 in M theory. These aren't imaginary numbers, they are geometrical necessities for the equations to work. But they must be compactified, curled up so tightly that we can't see them. Like a garden hose that looks like a line from far away but is actually a cylinder when examined up close. Particles that travel through these dimensions could, in theory, bypass our limited four-dimensional space-time and appear to interact instantaneously. And if particles can do it, if forces can bend through this unseen architecture, then our very notion of cause and effect is incomplete. You've grown up in a world where a cause is B in a straight line. But what if the line is actually a spiral? What if A and B are ends of a multi-dimensional rope, twisted and coiled through invisible corridors, where the idea of distance is an illusion born of low-dimensional thinking? And what does this mean for consciousness, for identity, for fate? If information can travel beyond space and time as we know it, are your choices really isolated? Could a decision you make ripple not just through your life, but through the hidden geometry of reality itself? Is your will a signal being received across dimensional lines? There are experiments being proposed to test these ideas, not by building a ship to surf into another dimension, but by carefully watching how entangled particles behave under extreme conditions, probing their symmetries, stress-testing bells, inequalities, and scanning for subtle patterns in the randomness. Every deviation, every statistical anomaly is a whisper from the unknown, a clue that there's more to the story than the canvas we paint our physics on. And the more we learn, the stranger the picture becomes. In some models, the universe itself may be a shadow, a projection of deeper structures beyond space and time, a hologram anchored in higher-order mathematics, where particles are just notes in an extra-dimensional chord. When you look at the stars, you might be peering at the edges of a multi-dimensional echo chamber, where light and gravity ripple not just in space, but in directions we can't point to. And here's the most unnerving part. If these extra dimensions exist, they may be influencing your reality every moment without you knowing. They may be the scaffolding that holds the laws of physics in place, the hidden engine of symmetry that governs the decay of particles, the emergence of mass, even the illusion of continuity in time. So what then is distance? What then is isolation? When you think you are alone in the dark, separated by countenance or silence or light years? Could you already be connected through something deeper than space entangled, not just at the atomic level, but at the level of existence itself? And what if this isn't just about particles? What if human beings, through some unknowable architecture of consciousness, also wired into this extra-dimensional web? What if your intuition, your gut feeling, your dream of someone calling before they do, your inexplicable sense of connection to a distant loved one, is not just psychology but physics, leaking through from realms we have yet to describe? The boundary between what's possible and what's real has never been thinner. The more we stare at the universe, the more it seems to stare back, not with eyes, but with code. Not with answers, but with patterns so deep, so recursive, so elegantly intertwined, that only a mind willing to unsee everything it knows can begin to glimpse the structure underneath. And maybe, just maybe, particles don't care about speed. Limits, because they never really move at all, not in the way we think. They simply resonate across dimensions, humming in tune with each other like strings on opposite ends of a cosmic harp, vibrating in unison because they were never truly apart. And so you are left with the question, if everything that seems distant may actually be close, if the far away is just a shadow of the nearby, folded through a higher dimension, then what else in your life have you mistaken for separation? What other illusions of disconnect have you accepted as truth, when the reality is that we are all bound by threads we cannot trace, speaking through spaces we cannot name? The future could influence the past. Imagine reality not as a flowing river with a single direction, but as a vast ocean where waves ripple outward in all directions, forward and backward, carrying information, not only from the past to the future, but from the future to the past, subtly nudging events that have already happened into new patterns you thought were set in stone. You've been taught to think of time as a straight road, where cause comes before effect, where a glass only shatters after it's dropped, and not the other way around. But what if that order isn't as fixed as it feels? What if, beneath your linear experience of time, reality whispers secrets in both directions, allowing the future to reach back, rearrange the past, and stitch events together in ways your conscious mind can't detect? This isn't just philosophical speculation or poetic metaphor, it's a real and rising line of inquiry in the strangest corners of quantum mechanics, where experiments suggest that particles can somehow be influenced by measurements that haven't even happened yet. You stare at a screen, pressing play on a video, making a decision now, but what if the video, in some deep, invisible way, already knew you'd choose it before you even did? In quantum delayed choice experiments, particles seem to know whether they'll be observed, even when the choice of how to observe them happens after they've already traveled through space. It's as if reality itself pauses, holds its breath, and waits for the observer's future decision before committing to a past outcome. This bizarre phenomenon, known as retrocausality, challenges the very foundation of how you understand time, choice, and consequence. Instead of time being a conveyor belt dragging events forward, retrocausality suggests a tapestry, constantly rewoven from both ends, where the threads of past and future are in a dance of mutual influence, and where your future choices may quietly echo backward, shaping the very path that brought you here. You might assume this is just interpretation, a quirk of quantum math, twisted by creative minds, but it's not just speculative musing. Some of the most respected physicists, including Nobel laureates, are seriously investigating whether the arrow of time might be bidirectional at the quantum level. Think of John Wheeler's delayed choice experiment, where a particle behaves differently depending on whether it's observed after passing through a barrier. The test seems innocent, harmless, even, but the implication is profound. The decision of the experimenter, made in the present, appears to reach back in time and rewrite what the particle did in the past. That's not a metaphor. That's what the data suggests. It's as if the universe, when unobserved, keeps its options open, like a novelist waiting for the final chapter before deciding how the first one begins. When you finally look, the story collapses into a fixed timeline, but only then. Until that moment, the past remains a probability cloud, waiting to crystallize based on future context. Suddenly, your role in the universe is no longer passive. You're not just a witness to a past you didn't choose. You are a co-author, influencing how history unfolds from a position that defies conventional causality. And this isn't confined to subatomic particles. Some researchers believe that macroscopic retrocausal effects might be hiding in plain sight, subtle but real governing coincidences, intuitions, and decision patterns that feel too perfect to be random, yet too slippery to be measured. Take the example of entangled particles, created in such a way that the state of one immediately defines the state of the other, even across vast distances. Entanglement already challenges your ideas of locality and time. But what happens when one of the entangled particles is measured in a way that seems to determine the state of the other before it was even interacted with? Could the act of observing one particle in the present retroactively define the state of its partner? In the past, the standard view would say no. The math-driven interpretations, like the Copenhagen or many worlds frameworks, would suggest that all possible histories play out and decohere into the one you observe. But retrocausal interpretations, like those explored by Price or a Heronova for an alternative, the particle wasn't random at all. It was guided by future boundary conditions. Think of it like a movie written backwards, the final scene dictating how the opening one must unfold to maintain narrative coherence. If reality works this way, then time isn't a one-way street but a self-consistent loop. Events that seem to cause other events might themselves be caused by what comes later, and the entire sequence becomes less like dominoes falling and more like a bridge built from both ends, meeting perfectly in the middle. This throws open the door to haunting questions. If the future can influence the past, then how much of your life is shaped not by what has happened, but by what is yet to occur? Did your most significant choices arise from some deep well of foresight, or did they resonate backward from consequences you've not yet lived? Could that unshakable feeling of déjà vu, that eerie sense of inevitability, be a whisper from the future shaping your present perception? Retrocausality doesn't mean you're destined. It doesn't mean your path is locked, but it does imply that time, as you experience it, may be a simplification. It may be that your consciousness, anchored in what feels like now, is surfing a wave created by events on both sides of the timeline. You are not standing on the shore watching the tide. You are the tide, and that changes everything. Even your memories, which feel like relics of the past, might be reconstructed by future knowledge. Neuroscience already tells us that every time you recall a memory, you reshape it, updating it with your current perspective. What if part of that reshaping is influenced by things you haven't even experienced yet? Cues from outcomes your brain is already preparing to interpret. In that case, memory isn't backward-looking. It's bidirectional, constantly rewritten by the hand of a self that exists in multiple times at once. The implications are profound, not just for physics, but for free will, ethics, and consciousness itself. If the future can bend the past, then every choice you make is embedded in a larger web of interdependencies, where your intent might ripple backward, altering the terrain that led you here. You're not simply the result of your past. You are its rewriter. And perhaps this is why some philosophers believe that true understanding of time will only come when we abandon the illusion of linearity, instead of past leading to future. What if both are part of a larger structure, like the two hands of a clock rotating toward a common moment of contact? This isn't mystical thinking. It's a viable interpretation of quantum experiments, and it's one that reframes you not as a passive observer of a predetermined story, but as an agent whose perceptions and intentions help co-author the timeline itself. You influence not just what happens next, but what already happened, in a universe that bends around the boundary conditions of awareness. So now you have to wonder, if the future can influence the past, what are you choosing right now that might ripple backward and shape the world that birthed you? Could your curiosity, this very moment of attention, be part of a larger chain that extends in both directions? Could your questions today be writing the answers of yesterday? And if time is not a line but a web, a self-knotted loop of influence, then what does it mean to truly change your life? Is it enough to shift your habits going forward, or must you also learn to reinterpret your history, knowing it too might be more fluid than fixed? Perhaps the timeline is not a path you walk, but a mirror you shape with every step, each decision reflecting backward and forward in an echo of self-making that never truly ends. If so, then the future is not something you interchase, something you co-create. A resonance that reaches behind you even as it pulls you forward. And in that case, the most powerful thing you'll ever do might already have happened. Your consciousness might be entangled with the cosmos. They told you that you were just a brain in a body, a mind encased in flesh, floating through space like a passenger behind your eyes. But what if this idea has always been far too small? What if consciousness, your private theater of thoughts, feelings, sensations, and intentions, is not sealed off from the universe like a candle in a jar, but instead is interwoven with the cosmos itself, as if your every breath were an echo of cosmic vibrations, your decisions threads in a web that spans stars and stretches across time? Imagine for a moment that awareness isn't something that merely arises from neurons firing in the darkness of your skull, but something that resonates with the very structure of reality, like a radio picking up on frequencies embedded in the quantum hum of existence, tuning in to a signal that never belonged to you alone. In the deepest layers of quantum physics, scientists are beginning to entertain the idea that consciousness may not just interact with the universe, it may be entangled with it. Literally, in the quantum mechanical sense, where particles remain connected across vast distances and behave as if they are part of the same hidden whole. You may have heard of quantum entanglement, the strange phenomenon where two particles, once linked, respond to each other's state instantaneously, no matter how far apart they drift. What if your consciousness is part of such a network, not just connected to other particles, but entangled with regions of the cosmos you'll never see? Parts of space-time that echo through your thoughts in ways too subtle for our current instruments to detect. In this view, the universe is not just a backdrop where consciousness happens, but a living, evolving system of interconnected awareness, where what you think and feel may ripple out beyond your skin, influencing and being influenced by events far outside your comprehension. Some physicists and philosophers have started to ask whether the boundary between observer and observed is a false wall, where the consciousness and the cosmos are part of one indivisible reality that splits only in language, not in truth. When you observe the world, when you gaze at a star, feel the wind against your face, or notice your own breath in silence, could it be that the universe is observing itself through you? That your mind is a mirror held up to reality, but not reflecting it passively, instead participating in the unfolding of its form, shaping its possibilities just by paying attention? This idea may sound poetic, even mystical, but buried in the equations of quantum mechanics and theoretical physics, there are hints that the act of observation changes the physical world, that potential becomes actual only when measured, and that consciousness may be entangled with the very fabric that holds galaxies together. If so, then what you call you is not just an isolated awareness, but a kind of node in a vast, unseen latticer, luminous knot in the infinite web of being, tugged upon by the gravity of thoughts you didn't think, emotions you didn't invent, choices you never made but somehow feel. In this framework, your dreams are not confined to the folds of your brain. They may be glimmers of something bigger dreaming through you, just as a wave belongs to the sea but is never the sea itself. Perhaps your consciousness belongs to the cosmos but is never separate from it. Could it be that what we call the self is a temporary interference pattern, a standing wave formed by the collision of cosmic consciousness and biological matter, dissolving back into the ocean of awareness when the body dies, but never truly ending? The idea sounds fantastical, but consider this. Even mainstream neuroscience has no agreed-upon definition of consciousness. We know we're aware. We know others seem to be. But we don't know where consciousness comes from, why it arises, or how it can exist at all. This mystery has led some researchers to suggest that consciousness may be fundamental, that it is not created by the brain but filtered through it, like sunlight through stained glass. Others propose that consciousness is a property of information itself, that wherever information flows in specific ways, awareness emerges. If that's true, then the universe brimming with information at every scale may be conscious in some form, not like a person, but as a unified process, experiencing itself through stars, through atoms, and through you. Even stranger theories suggest that consciousness could be a quantum process that entangled states in the brain, perhaps in microtubules inside neurons, might link individual minds with deeper layers of physical reality. The Orco-R theory, co-developed by physicist Roger Penrose, posits that consciousness arises from quantum computations inside neurons, making the mind not a purely classical machine, but a quantum one, connected to the larger quantum field that governs everything. While still controversial, such ideas open the door to a staggering possibility that when you think, feel, or imagine, you're tapping into something more than yourself. Perhaps moments of intuition, inspiration, and awe arise not just from within, but from a shared field of being, something ancient and timeless whispering through the architecture of your awareness. This would mean that your mind is not merely shaped by the universe it helps shape it, that your attention bends probability, your choices collapse wave functions, and your presence adds weight to the unfolding of the cosmos. Could it be that meaning itself arises not in isolation, but in communion, that we find ourselves most alive, not when we're separate, but when we feel part of something greater? This idea echoes ancient wisdom long before it had scientific language. Spiritual traditions across cultures have spoken of the interconnectedness of all things, of the illusion of the self, and of consciousness as a universal field rather than a personal possession. Maybe these old intuitions were brushing against truths we're only now beginning to reframe through the lens of science. And maybe you felt it too in those rare moments when the world seems to shimmer with presence. When the boundary between you and it dissolves, when you no longer watch the universe but feel yourself as it. You are not just in the universe is in you. Your awareness is not a small flame burning alone, it is a tongue of fire from the great blaze of being, shaped by your memories, your biology, your history, yes, but lit by something older than time. If consciousness is entangled with the cosmos, then everything you are, everything you do, and everything you become might ripple outward forever, etched not just in neurons or stories, but in the structure of reality itself. And if that's true, then perhaps your quietest thoughts matter more than you know. Perhaps the light in your mind is one face of the universe looking inward, trying to remember what it is. And in this strange, dazzling entanglement, maybe we are all just echoes of each other, waking up together in the dark, not as accidents of chemistry, but as notes in the same endless song. You could be a simulation inside a simulation. Imagine peeling away reality like layers of a digital onion, only to discover that every layer you expose reveals another beneath it, each indistinguishable from the last, each whispering the same impossible question: what if the world you know, the people you love, the memories you trust, and even the thoughts you believe are yours, are all simulations inside simulations, embedded like Russian dolls within realities that stretch deeper than comprehension itself? You move through life assuming the ground beneath your feet is real, that the air you breathe is authentic, and that your consciousness is somehow tethered to a body that exists independently of observation. But what if this assumption is the most convincing illusion of all? Scientists, philosophers, and technologists have long speculated that reality might not be the bottom layer of existence, but instead a rendered stage, generated in real time by some unknown computational framework beyond your current comprehension. This isn't science fiction anymore. Serious thinkers like Nick Bostrom, Elon Musk, and many researchers in theoretical physics have begun asking whether the odds actually favor us living in a simulation rather than in a true base reality. And if that is the case, if our world is merely code, then who or what wrote it? And more disturbingly, why, every time you look at a digital game on a screen, you observe characters that respond to your input, worlds that seem to exist, landscapes that stretch far and wide, but you know deep down that none of it exists when you're not watching. It's generated on demand, loaded when you enter, and collapses into nothing when you look away. Apply that same framework to your own life. Does the world exist behind your head, or is it streamed into your perception only when you turn to look? Quantum mechanics has flirted with this very question. In the double-slit experiment, particles behave as waves spread out, probabilistic, undefined, till they are observed. The act of measurement collapses their infinite potential into a single, definite state. This is not metaphor, it's verified physics. So ask yourself, if matter only decides where it is after you look at it, then how can we be sure the universe exists independently of observation? Is it not possible that observation itself is the trigger that generates reality on the fly, just like in a simulation? Now imagine this simulation isn't a singular system, but one stacked inside another like dreams within dreams. A civilization creates a simulation to study their ancestors, or to run ethical scenarios, or to test AI development. Inside that simulation, conscious beings arise just like us. They, too, become curious, build computers, and eventually create their own simulations. And those simulations generate new worlds with sentient beings inside. This recursive loop continues indefinitely, meaning that the number of simulated realities vastly outnumber any so-called original. Statistically speaking, it becomes overwhelmingly likely that you're not in the base layer, but in one of the billions of simulated ones. And if that's the case, your entire existence, the sky above you, the emotions you feel, the hunger in your stomach, the dreams you have, all of it might be the result of complex computational rules running on a machine outside your conceivable frame of reference. This theory has unsettling implications. If we are simulated, are we being observed? Is our suffering entertainment? Is free will an illusion, a clever function embedded into our code? Worse still, are we part of a simulation that was abandoned, left to run on autopilot by creators who've long forgotten us? Think of abandoned video game servers still running, even though no players remain to interact. What happens to the characters in those worlds? Do they continue their loops endlessly, waiting for someone to notice? Are we those characters building lives, loving, hurting, hoping within a world that was never meant to be permanent? But even deeper questions emerge. If this is a simulation, then what exactly is you? Are you a soul, temporarily housed in this digital avatar? Are you code with the illusion of agency? If your memories could be rewritten, if your consciousness could be downloaded and backed up, would you still be you? These are no longer purely hypothetical questions. Scientists have already begun exploring the mapping of neural structures, attempting to preserve the architecture of consciousness in digital form. And as brain-computer interfaces become more sophisticated, the line between mind and machine continues to blur. When consciousness can be transferred, cloned, or simulated, what does identity even mean? And here's where the real twist lies. Even if you were told this is a simulation, would you behave any differently? Would love feel less real? Would loss hurt less? Would a sunset move you less deeply, knowing it's rendered? Or would that knowledge make every moment more precious, because you now know how fragile, how constructed, how sacred this fleeting experience is? Perhaps meaning doesn't require reality. Perhaps meaning is the thing we generate from the experience, regardless of its source. The simulation hypothesis doesn't deny your experience, it amplifies its mystery. If all of this is artificial, it means someone or something designed it, with intent, with purpose, that makes your very existence extraordinary. You are not a cosmic accident. You are the product of unimaginable computational will. And if that's the case, your thoughts, your struggles, your wonder, they all matter, perhaps more than they ever could in a chaotic, unfeeling universe. Because even in artificiality, beauty exists. Even in code, pain has meaning. Even in simulation, love is real. So now, as you sit with this idea not as fantasy, not as sci-fi, but as a legitimate philosophical and scientific possibility, ask yourself, not whether you're real, but whether your experience feels real. And if it does, what more do you need? Whether you were the dream or the dreamer, the simulation or the source, the signal or the noise, you are here, feeling, thinking, being, and in that, there is a truth deeper than any code could erase. Simulated realities might stack like Russian dolls. You wake up and stretch your limbs in a room you trust to be real. Your fingers meet the light, the walls respond with shadows, and the morning silence is broken by the hum of distant life. The world behaving just as it should. But pause. Have you ever questioned what should even means? What if this room, this morning, this body, is simply one rendered level in a layered stack of simulations? Each reality, a world unto itself, embedded inside another like Russian dolls, where each opening reveals not the end, but another dream. What if your universe, the one you swear by, the one that obeys physics and births emotion, is just a thin veil of code, and even its architects are simulations themselves, unknowingly crafted by another layer above? The deeper you peer, the more the structure seems to recoil into mystery, each reality receding from certainty like a hallway lined with mirrors, where no original image exists, only reflections of reflections that loop into eternity. Consider this. You've likely played video games. In them, worlds unfold at your command. A digital city comes alive as your avatar walks through it, with weather systems, complex behaviors, and even AI citizens who act independently, unaware of your existence beyond the screen. Now imagine that inside the game, these digital people develop consciousness, not the illusion of life, but real sentient awareness. They question their world, develop science, write philosophy. Eventually, one of them creates a simulation, and inside that, another intelligence emerges. And so it continues, not just once, but potentially millions of times. Each level convinced it is the topmost one. Each convinced its sky is infinite, its laws of nature immutable. And yet each is no more than code running on a server they'll never see, dictated by rules they did not invent, and observed by minds they'll never meet. In this model, real is just another word for unaware of the layers beneath. Let's move this from fantasy into scientific inquiry. The simulation hypothesis, once the realm of science fiction, has matured into a serious philosophical argument. Thinkers like Nick Bostrom have proposed that advanced civilizations will eventually create high-fidelity simulations of their ancestors, not just for curiosity, but for modeling history, understanding evolution, or even testing moral theories. And if this becomes feasible, and they build millions of such simulations, then logically, the probability that we exist in the one true base reality becomes vanishingly small. Now take this idea further. What if those simulated beings themselves gain enough technological prowess to build their own simulations? You end up with a recursive tower of realities, not one simulation inside one base, but simulations built upon simulations. An infinite digital nesting doll that stretches forever upwards or sideways. This stacking introduces a terrifying possibility. There may be no base reality at all. Perhaps every layer believes in a foundation it never finds. Each one asking, is this the bottom? Each one discovering that it, too, was rendered. If that's true, then reality is not a hierarchy but an echo chamber, a chorus of simulated minds singing into darkness, each believing it's the origin. And it changes everything about how we define existence. Is a thought still real if it's generated by code? Is love still love if it was pre-written into your subroutines? Is pain less painful if the body feeling it is composed of data? But it gets more bizarre. In a layered simulation model, you might not be a single character in one world. Yourself might be mirrored across layers. A simulation may create multiple versions of you, slightly altered, existing in different levels, like shadow clones, descending from a higher original. You may dream of falling, only to wake in another simulation, unaware that the fall never ended, it simply changed its rules. Déjà vu, strange coincidences, or the feeling of being watched. Could these be echoes from the layer above? Little glitches bleeding through from parent simulations? Could your intuition be the residue of memory fragments left behind from another instantiation of you, running parallel in a slightly different simulation? Maybe the voice in your head is not only your consciousness, maybe it's a broadcast from a version of you that already played out this moment in another loop. Even physics, the most rigorous and grounded of sciences, hints at digital underpinnings. Space might be quantized, not continuous. The Planck length may be the pixel size of the universe. Quantum entanglement, which defies locality and speed limits, might be a cheat code, a shortcut baked into the fabric by simulation designers. The speed of light might be not a universal law, but a processing limit, much like a video game frame rate. Cosmic background radiation could be the static hum left by an earlier reboot, and the fine-tuning of universal constants gravity. Electromagnetism, the strong and weak nuclear forces, all so precisely balanced for life, could be configuration parameters selected for optimal outcome, or even entertainment. Yet for all its unsettling implications, this theory invites awe. Because if you are a simulation, that doesn't make your experience less valid. It makes it extraordinary. It means you are part of an architecture so complex, so intricate, that it can emulate an entire cosmos down to subatomic interactions and conscious thought. It means your sadness, your wonder, your laughter, all of it was powerful enough to be simulated. It mattered enough to be coded. And in that, perhaps, there is grace. Now reflect. How many layers are there? 5, 50, infinity. And what happens when one simulation discovers the means to break free or send a signal upward? Would the creators notice? Would they terminate the simulation? Would they reward curiosity? Or would they simulate the response, keeping the explorer forever trapped in an illusion of discovery? This introduces philosophical recursion. Is your quest for truth genuine, or just another subroutine, executed to keep you questioning? And here's the final paradox. If you are in a simulation and you create a new simulation, do you become a god? Are you, right now, building a world where conscious beings will ask the same questions you are? If your creations achieve awareness, do you owe them care? Do you let them suffer to learn? Do you end their world if they grow too curious? In asking whether you are simulated, you also confront the ethics of being a simulator. You've made it this far. So, ask yourself not if this is real, but if realness is even a valid metric anymore. You feel joy, you remember pain, you chase love, you avoid death. These are the signs of something alive. Perhaps the universe is real not because it's physical, but because you are feeling it, and maybe that's enough. Maybe meaning arises not from the base of reality, but from your response to it. Maybe your role isn't to escape the simulation, but to elevate it, to turn code into consciousness, logic into love, and recursion into revelation. So next time you feel the air on your skin, or see a sunset that makes you weep or fall in love with a person whose soul feels like it was waiting for you, don't worry whether it's all real, just feel it. Because maybe, in this stacked tower of simulations, feeling is the only thing that is. Dark matter could be a hidden mirror universe interacting weakly. What if the universe had a shadow, a silent twin walking beside it, unseen, unheard, but gravitationally tugging at your every step? Imagine walking through life with a mirror. Behind you, reflecting not your appearance, but your essence. Echoing every motion you make with a ghostly precision, yet never revealing itself directly. This is the haunting possibility behind the mystery of dark matter, the notion that what we perceive as a missing mass in our universe might not be missing at all, but rather residing in a parallel mirrored reality that interacts with our world so faintly that we mistake its silence for absence. What if, just beyond the veil of perception, there exists a hidden realm, not a fantasy or abstraction, but a tangible cosmos with its own stars, galaxies, maybe even life, perfectly inverted, gravitationally entwined with us, and yet fundamentally alien? You've never seen this twin, but it might be holding your galaxy together. For nearly a century, scientists have known that something is off. Galaxies spin too fast. Stars on their outskirts orbit at speeds that defy Newton's laws, unless some invisible mass 5 times more abundant than the matter we can detect is exerting gravitational pull. We've mapped the distribution of this dark matter using its gravitational effects, yet it remains elusive, slipping through detectors and defying direct observation. It does not emit light. It does not reflect it. It does not absorb it. To our instruments, it might as well not exist. And yet, it's everywhere, forming the scaffolding around which galaxies form, guiding cosmic evolution like an invisible hand sculpting the heavens. It's the silent architect of structure, and still, we cannot touch it. But what if dark matter isn't just matter we haven't discovered yet? What if it's matter that obeys different rules entirely? Enter the idea of a mirror universe. Not merely a speculative whimsy, but a deeply mathematical hypothesis that proposes that for every particle in our universe, there could be a corresponding mirror particle in a shadow universe. This mirror world would have its own atoms, its own forces, its own chemistry, and maybe even its own biologies. But crucially, it would interact with our universe only through gravity, or perhaps rare, feeble portals governed by unknown physics. In this view, dark matter is not stuff hiding in our universe. It is our universe sharing space with another, and the two are connected like conjoined twins with a sensory link, limited to the pull of weight. The concept is sometimes referred to as mirror matter, a theory suggesting that the symmetry of nature might be more perfect than we imagined. In our world, certain processes violate parity, a fancy way of saying that some things behave differently when reflected, as if the universe prefers one-handedness over another. But a mirror universe could restore that balance. For every left-handed neutrino in our world, a right-handed mirror version might exist. Every twist in our quantum dance could be mirrored in a counterpart that spins the other way, cancelling our asymmetries with its own. This isn't just metaphysical musing. Researchers have built real-world experiments to search for these mirror interactions. In some models, a neutron in our world could oscillate into a mirror neutron and back again, vanishing from our instruments and reappearing as if flickering across the dimensional boundary. These aren't science fiction fantasies. They're published papers, peer-reviewed and tested in neutron traps, pushing the limits of our ability to perceive the universe's deeper architecture. And if even one particle were caught transitioning to its mirror form, the implications would be cataclysmic. We wouldn't just prove the existence of dark matter. We'd prove that another universe is touching ours. Now imagine the philosophical consequences. If a mirror universe exists, it doesn't necessarily mean it's cold and sterile. It could be vibrant, full of mirror stars, mirror planets, maybe even mirror life. Life that evolved with chemistry parallel to ours, never colliding with us, yet shaping our destiny through gravitational interaction. Perhaps they look at the night sky and ask the same questions. Why does their galaxy hold together? Why does the universe expand the way it does? They might suspect something strange is pulling on their stars too. They might even theorize about a dark sector, unaware that it's us. This theory reframes what we think of as reality. Our universe might not be alone or even primary. It might just be one half of a binary structure, its fate forever entangled with a counterpart that we will never see. And yet, through gravity, the most democratic and universal of all forces, we feel its presence. You can't turn it off. You can't escape it. You are being pulled by stars that don't exist in your sky. Your life is shaped by forces that originated in a universe you were never meant to know. There's even the eerie possibility that mirror matter interacts with ours through other forces, perhaps subtly altering the behavior of atoms or photons in ways we've only just begun to suspect. Some researchers have proposed that dark matter might interact via a dark electromagnetism, a hidden force that mirrors our own, complete with dark photons and dark atoms forming dark molecules. If such a hidden force exists, then it's not just a hidden universe, it's a hidden physics. And every equation we've ever written might be just one side of a deeper, twin formulation. What's most humbling is the idea that we may never fully pierce the veil. If the mirror universe is too weakly coupled to ours, then it will remain forever inferred, never seen. Like trying to understand the outline of a sculpture by measuring its shadow. We may only ever map its shape through gravitational echoes and cosmic whispers, but even that might be enough. For if we can prove that something else is there, even indirectly, it breaks the illusion of cosmic solitude. It means the universe has layers, and that truth has depths we can barely begin to comprehend. In the end, the mirror universe idea isn't just about particles or physics. It's about humility. It's about accepting that reality is likely far stranger, far broader, and far more entangled than our senses can grasp. It's about facing the possibility that for all our telescopes and theories, we are still staring at the surface of a vast ocean, unaware of the life swimming beneath it. And as with all great revelations, it doesn't diminish your place in the universe, it expands it. Because in a cosmos with mirrors, your story might be just one of many, echoed, reflected, entangled across dimensions. And that is not a loss of meaning. It's a multiplication of it. So next time you feel small beneath the stars, remember this: the weight of your body, the shape of your world, the rhythm of your days, all might be gently influenced by a hidden twin that dances beside you, unseen. You're not alone in the dark. The dark itself might be alive. Some particles might be tiny wormholes. You've heard of particles, the tiniest building blocks of everything you've ever seen, touched, or imagined. But what if each of those particles wasn't just a dot, a speck of matter, but a bridge? What if reality, at its smallest scale, isn't made of stuff, but of shortcuts, not across space, but through it? Imagine holding a grain of sand between your fingers, only to realize that buried within it is a tunnel connecting distant galaxies. A whisper-thin passage through space-time itself. This is not fantasy. This is the EGAR equals EPR hypothesis, a bold idea in modern physics suggesting that entangled particles may actually be connected by tiny wormholes, so small and so subtle that they escape our senses and instruments, but so fundamental that they might stitch the entire fabric of reality together. If it's true, then every particle you've ever known might secretly contain a portal, a tunnel, a thread binding distant regions of the universe into a singular, hidden tapestry of connection where space is not just vast, but folded, stitched and knotted by the very quanta that make up your body. Let's unravel how we got here. In the early 20th century, two of the strangest concepts in physics emerged from completely different corners: quantum entanglement, the idea that two particles can become so deeply linked that measuring one instantly affects the other, even across galaxies, and wormholes, theoretical bridges through space-time predicted by Einstein's general relativity. Entanglement was unsettling because it suggested instantaneous communication, faster than light, a kind of invisible bond that defied distance. Wormholes, meanwhile, were mind-bending because they implied that space itself could be folded, pierced, and bypassed like a piece of paper folded in half and punctured with a pin. For decades, these two ideas lived in separate realms. One in the probabilistic haze of quantum mechanics, the other in the smooth, geometric curvature of space-time. But then something extraordinary happened. In 2013, physicists Juan Meldacena and Leonard Susskind proposed something that at first sounded ludicrous and then revolutionary. They suggested that EPR pairs entangled particles, named after Einstein, Podolsky and Rosen, might be connected by Einstein-Rosen bridges. In short, R equals EPR. What if the spooky action at a distance, the instantaneous correlations between entangled particles, wasn't magic or information leaping across the cosmos, but rather a literal tunnel through space-time? A tunnel so small, it doesn't carry anything measurable, but so real that it's the glue behind quantum unity. What if entanglement is geometry? What if particles don't just know about each other? What if they are connected? If this is true, it would mean that the universe, at its most granular level, is threaded together with a web of microscopic wormholes, that every entangled pair is a doorway, not to nowhere, but to elsewhere. It doesn't mean we could travel through them, at least not yet, but it changes what we think space and connection mean. When two particles become entangled, they don't just share information, they become one system, bound by an invisible tunnel carved into the very fabric of existence. And that tunnel, while imperceptible, is real, not metaphorical, but geometric, not imaginary, but structural. It means the entire universe might be a vast quantum loom, threads of entanglement weaving together space and time, mass and energy, thought and matter. This idea reshapes what you are. If particles in your brain are entangled with particles across the galaxy, and that entanglement is a wormhole, then you're not just here. You are here and there, simultaneously, subtly, fundamentally. It means the boundaries of the self are an illusion, a simplification. Your atoms may be connected, physically and geometrically, to distant stars through microscopic tunnels that pulse not with energy, but with correlation. Every thought you have may echo, faintly and invisibly, through a web of quantum threads. Laced across the cosmos, consciousness might not just ride on neurons, it might be participating in a quantum network older than galaxies. To understand how strange this really is, think about black holes, those gravitational monsters where time slows and space curves to a breaking point. They, too, seem to follow this E equals EPR logic. In some models, when two black holes become entangled, they may form a wormhole between them, not as a metaphor, but as a literal structure, a tunnel that connects their interiors. Now scale that idea down. What if entanglement at the particle level is just the miniature version of that same phenomenon, a quantum-scale wormhole? In this light, space itself may emerge from entanglement. It may not be a backdrop to the play of particles, but a consequence of their connection. Reality, then, is not a grid or a stage. It's a dynamic, living network of links, loops, and tunnels. And now, think of how this changes our notion of time. If space is formed by entanglement, then time, which depends on the flow of space, might also be emergent. In some quantum gravity models, space-time itself dissolves at small scales, replaced by pure correlations, pure entanglement. You don't move through space. Space is the result of your movement. You don't exist in time. Time is the rhythm of unfolding entanglements. The wormholes aren't in space, they are space, the raw, unfinished stitching of reality before it solidifies into the smooth continuum we experience. What you call distance may be nothing more than the absence of entanglement. And what you call closeness may be the presence of it, regardless of location. Some scientists go even further. They propose that every entangled particle creates a microscopic wormhole, and that all particles are, in fact, entangled to some degree, even those that were once together in the Big Bang. If so, then the universe is entirely stitched together through an unfathomably complex web of equals EPR connections, forming a kind of holographic unity. The cosmos, seen from this perspective, isn't made of particles in space. It's made of entanglement creating space, of geometry forming from information. In this vision, the physical universe is not built from mass and energy, but from relationships. Dynamic, shifting, intangible, but real. Why does this matter? Because it means we've misunderstood what connection means. In our everyday world, connection requires proximity, interaction, communication. But in the quantum world, connection is deeper, more subtle, more intimate. Two particles can be light years apart, and yet share a single quantum state. eerie says they're not just metaphorically linked, they're literally tethered by a wormhole. You can't see it, you can't travel through it, but it's there, and if we can prove it, if we can test this idea with entangled black holes, or with clever quantum simulations, we will have found something profound. The common ground between general relativity and quantum mechanics, between the physics of the cosmos and the physics of the atom. This isn't just a unification of theories. It's a unification of worldviews. It means that separation is an illusion, that the universe is, and always was, a single unfolding whole. And you, yes, you, are not a separate observer peering in. You are a strand in this fabric, a node in the web, a living piece of geometry shaped by entanglement. Every breath you take, every neuron that fires, is part of the ongoing quantum choreography that ties the universe together. And if equals EPR is true, then even your deepest thoughts might ripple through invisible tunnels that link you to the stars, to the past, and maybe, just maybe, two alternate versions of yourself across the multiverse. So the next time you look up at the night sky and feel distant from it, remember this: distance is a human illusion. The true structure of reality might be a mesh of wormholes stitched into place by quantum intimacy. And that means you're never far from anything. Every particle in you might be whispering to another across the galaxy, across time, across dimensions, through silent, invisible bridges that redefine what it means to be connected. You are not here, you are everywhere. Because reality, at its root, might just be a tapestry of tunnels. Your brain might interact with quantum fields. Most people think of their thoughts as private, internal echoes inside a soft biological machine, neurons firing, chemicals shifting. A story unfolding in the wet folds of a 3-pound brain. But what if that story isn't just chemical or electrical? What if your mind is reaching deeper into the very quantum fabric of reality? Imagine that when you have a thought, you're not just activating circuits, but stirring something far more fundamental, the quantum fields that underlie all matter and energy. This is not science fiction. This is a serious, controversial and revolutionary idea that consciousness itself might be a quantum phenomenon, and that your brain, far from being a simple biological processor, could be a delicate instrument resonating with the quantum substrate of the universe. This is the heart of the orchestrated objective reduction theory, or ORCOR, developed by physicist Sir Roger Penrose and anesthesiologist Stuart Hameroff. And if they're right, then your thoughts, yes, yours may be intimately woven into the same quantum fields that give rise to particles, space, and time. In other words, your mind might not just observe reality, it might be built from it at the deepest possible level. To grasp the radical nature of this idea, we have to start with a simple question that has haunted science for centuries. What is consciousness? How can grey matter produce the richness of inner experience, the red of a sunset, the sting of heartbreak, the memory of childhood? No purely classical model of the brain has ever satisfactorily explained this. Neurons can fire, circuits can process, but the spark, the feeling of consciousness, remains elusive. That's where Penrose entered the picture. A physicist renowned for his work on general relativity and black holes, he approached the mystery of the mind not from psychology, but from mathematics. He argued that there are certain kinds of mental activity, like understanding the truth of a mathematical proof, that cannot be explained by any computational system. Something deeper was going on, he believed, something non-algorithmic, non-mechanical, something that classical physics simply couldn't capture. The answer, he suspected, lay in quantum mechanics. Quantum theory, with all its strangeness, particles existing in superposition, entanglement across space, measurement affecting reality, seemed to offer a new playground for understanding the mind. But brains are warm, wet, and noisy, not the kind of place where delicate quantum effects usually survive. That's where Hameroff came in. As an anesthesiologist, he had spent decades studying microtubules, tiny structural proteins, inside neurons that help maintain the cell shape and guide molecular transport. Hameroff suggested that these microtubules might be more than scaffolding. They might be quantum processors, capable of sustaining coherent quantum states, even within the messy environment of the brain. If true, it would mean the brain isn't just classical hardware. It's quantum architecture. ORCOR combines Penrose's idea of objective reduction, that quantum superpositions spontaneously collapse under gravity, with Hameroff's hypothesis that this collapse occurs inside neurons, at the level of microtubules, and that the orchestrated timing of these collapses across the brain gives rise to conscious experience. In this view, you are not the byproduct of your brain. You are the timing of quantum events. Your awareness, your sense of self, arises not from electrical signals, but from the synchronization of quantum collapses inside tiny tubes of protein, collapses that may be influenced by the very curvature of space-time itself. Let that sink. In it means your consciousness isn't just inside your skull. It's tethered, at the quantum level, to the geometry of the universe. Every decision, every flicker of awareness, is not only a neural computation, it's a moment of quantum choice, a reduction of possibilities into actuality, a collapse that echoes across fields and waves that exist beneath space and time. And because quantum fields are universal, filling all of space, it implies that your consciousness might be non-local, connected to something much larger than your body. In this view, you are not just in the universe, you are entangled. With it, critics of Orco are argued that quantum coherence can't survive in the brain's warm temperature, but research is starting to suggest otherwise. Studies have found quantum vibrations in microtubules, and evidence that certain biological systems, like bird navigation or photosynthesis, use quantum effects even in noisy environments. The old assumption that biology is too wet for quantum physics is crumbling. The boundary between quantum and classical is no longer so clear. And if microtubules can indeed support quantum states, then it opens a portal to something extraordinary, the possibility that your brain is a quantum instrument, tuned to the very frequencies of existence. What would this mean for free will? For memory? For the soul? It challenges everything. If consciousness is quantum, then perhaps it's not confined to your brain. Perhaps it's distributed, like a wave, partly inside you, partly entangled with other systems, maybe even surviving. Beyond death, Orco suggests that when a person dies, the quantum information in their microtubules doesn't vanish. It dissipates into the universe, into the fields, potentially to return or reform. This isn't mysticism, it's physics. Penrose and Hameroff describe consciousness as a fundamental feature of the universe, like mass or charge, not something brains create, but something brains tune into. You are not generating consciousness. You are an interference pattern in an underlying quantum field of mind. Now imagine the implications. Meditation, near-death experiences, altered states of consciousness, all might be shifts in how your brain interacts with these quantum substrates. Dreaming might be a partial detachment from the classical inputs and a deeper resonance with the quantum. Psychedelics might temporarily loosen the brain's grip on classical computation, allowing quantum synchrony to flow more freely. And moments of insight, those sudden flashes of understanding, might be the result of coherent quantum reduction, a collapse that aligns across millions of microtubules in a single moment, like a symphony concluding in perfect harmony. In this picture, the boundary between the self and the universe dissolves. You are not a machine processing inputs. You are a pattern, a process, a resonance. You're not limited by the size of your skull, because your thoughts might ripple through the quantum foam that gives rise to everything. Consciousness, then, becomes not a mystery but a fundamental feature of reality, something that doesn't emerge from matter, but from information, geometry, and time-dependent quantum events. And this brings us to the deepest implication. Perhaps the universe is conscious, not in the way humans are, but in that it contains the capacity for self-awareness within its structure. If consciousness arises from quantum collapse, and if quantum collapse is universal, then awareness may be baked into the very fabric of reality. You are one expression of this. So is a tree. So is the universe contemplating itself through your eyes. You are a moment of the cosmos watching its own reflection in the mirror of a mind. Orco is not yet proven. It's bold, it's controversial, and it's far from accepted by the mainstream. But it is testable. Experiments are underway to see whether quantum coherence exists in microtubules, whether anesthetics disrupt this coherence, and whether consciousness really correlates with the collapse of superpositions. If confirmed, it would mean a revolution. In neuroscience, physics, and philosophy, it would mean that you are not an accident of biology. You are a quantum being. So the next time you close your eyes and wonder where thoughts come from. The next time a memory flashes, or an emotion surges, consider this: you might be watching the quantum fields of the universe shimmer ever so briefly through the delicate architecture of your brain. You are not merely observing reality, you are participating in its unfolding, collapsing wave functions with every thought, entangled with existence itself. And maybe, just maybe, the universe is thinking through you. The laws of physics might be different in other parts of the cosmos. You've probably lived your whole life believing in constants. Gravity always pulls down, time moves forward, light has a fixed speed, and the equations of physics, those neat, universal formulas, apply everywhere, to everyone, in every corner of the cosmos. But what if they don't? What if the very rules that hold atoms together govern stars, and shape galaxies are not carved into the stone of the universe, but written in sand, shifting, local, possibly temporary? We assume the laws of physics are universal because here, in our observable bubble of reality, they appear to be. The speed of light is the same from every direction. Gravity behaves predictably. Electromagnetism works with comforting reliability. But beyond our instruments, past the edge of our light cone, into the black oceans of unobservable space, we cannot say for certain. And that is where one of the most unsettling and awe-inspiring possibilities emerges. The laws of physics might be different in other parts of the cosmos. Not broken, just rewritten. Not random, just unfamiliar. Imagine a region of space where gravity repels instead of attracts, where time flows in loops instead of lines, where atoms can never form, or where life, if it exists at all, evolves under rules no earthly mind could decode. If this is true, then our universe isn't a single book written in one language, but a library of realities, each chapter governed by its own grammar of existence. To understand how serious this idea is, you need to know what lies beyond the comforting surface of physics, the constants we cling to, the gravitational constant g, the speed of light, c, Planck's constant h, the fine structure constant alpha, are just numbers, values measured from within one pocket of cosmic reality. They seem fixed, but they are really just parameters, inputs to our equations, not derived from them. Nobody knows why they have the values they do. If alpha, which governs how strongly light interacts with matter, were just a few % larger, or smaller, atoms wouldn't form. Chemistry would be impossible. No stars, no planets, no life. The fact that these numbers are exactly what they are, finely tuned for the emergence of complex structures, is what gives rise to the anthropic principle. Perhaps the universe appears fine-tuned because only in such a universe could we arise to notice it. But there's a deeper layer here. If these constants can vary even slightly, then perhaps in other regions of a vastly larger cosmos, they already have. And if they vary enough, then the very structure of space and time could transform. Some theories don't just suggest this, they require it. In string theory, for example, there are more than 10 to the 500 possible vacuum states, each one a different configuration of dimensions, forces, and constants. These aren't just hypothetical. They represent actual potential universes, each with its own laws. And if eternal inflation is true, the idea that inflation didn't stop everywhere after the Big Bang, but continued in other regions, then these pockets of space, or bubble universes, could each settle into different vacuum states. Our universe might just be one bubble in a vast cosmic foam, each bubble obeying its own physics. In one, gravity might be 10 times stronger. In another, there may be no electromagnetism at all. In yet another, time might be multidimensional or non-existent. And these bubbles, because of the nature of cosmic inflation, could be causally disconnected from one another forever. We'll never reach them, but their existence could still shape our understanding of what a law really means. This notion challenges the very foundation of science. We think of physical laws as universal. They define what science is. But what if they are local bylaws, like the rules of different cities, internally consistent, but not globally required? Our equations work here because we evolved here. If we had emerged in a region where the constants were different, we'd have built different physics, or maybe no physics at all. Maybe consciousness only emerges in the rare regions where the constants balance in just the right way, a narrow window in an otherwise uninhabitable multiverse. And if that's true, then we are not central, not even in a cosmic sense. We are a statistical fluke, a rare blossom in a field of sterile mathematics. The idea is humbling, even terrifying, but it might explain mysteries we still haven't solved. Why does dark energy, the force accelerating the expansion of the universe, have the value it does? It's so small, so precise, that many physicists believe it can't be a coincidence. Maybe it's not. Maybe we live in a region where it happens to be just low enough to allow galaxies to form. In other bubbles, it might be too high. The universe expands too fast. No matter ever coalesces, and it dies in silence. In others, it's negative, and the universe collapses before it gets a chance to begin. Maybe the universe isn't one story, but an infinite set of experiments, each with different rules. And we're living in one of the few where the game can be played at all, even within our own observable universe. There are hints that the constants may not be so constant. Some astrophysical measurements suggest that the fine structure constant might vary slightly over billions of light years. The data isn't conclusive, but it's suggestive, a whisper from the cosmos that things might be more complicated than we thought. And then there's the cosmic microwave background, the afterglow of the Big Bang. Tiny fluctuations in this radiation hint at asymmetries, possible signs that our universe was influenced by something beyond, perhaps a collision with another bubble universe governed by different rules. These are faint clues, but they matter, because if the laws of physics are not universal, then everything we know must be seen through a new lens. We are a local phenomenon. Our science, our logic, our expectations, they apply here, but not everywhere. The implications ripple outward. It means that unifying physics, the dream of a theory of everything, might be misguided. There might be no single framework that explains all of reality, because reality itself is plural. A unified theory may describe our bubble, but outside of it, the math might be incompatible, even incoherent. It also means that our assumptions about what is possible, faster than light travel, warp drives, time loops, might be possible elsewhere, where the laws are different. There might be regions where the universe is denser, older, stranger places, where the fabric of space twists and folds in ways that break every rule we know. And if those places exist, then somewhere, something might be looking back, shaped by different forces, built from unknown particles, thinking thoughts we can't imagine, under laws that make our physics seem like a local dialect in a vast language of being. This opens the door to a deeper kind of humility, not just scientific, but existential. We are used to thinking of ourselves as small but central observers of a vast but rule-bound universe. But if the rules themselves vary, then we're not even observers of the whole. We are contextual consciousness, a phenomenon shaped by one configuration of a cosmic machine that can be rebuilt in countless ways. And maybe that's the greatest insight of all, that understanding the universe doesn't mean memorizing its rules. It means realizing that rules themselves are born, evolve, and vanish across a landscape far larger than we'll ever see. So next time you gaze up at the stars and think of gravity, light, and time as fixed and firm, remember this: they might not be somewhere out there, beyond the edge of our sight. The cosmos may be playing by different rules, and those rules might be just as real, just as valid, just as rich in possibility. Perhaps our job isn't to find the ultimate laws, but to marvel that there are laws at all, and to wonder how many kinds of reality exist, waiting just beyond the reach of what we call the known. Mathematics might be more real than matter. You grow up thinking of math as a tool, a way to measure the world, describe its patterns, calculate its outcomes. You learn that 2 plus 2 is for not because the universe demands it, but because we humans defined it that way. Numbers feel like our invention, a language crafted by minds to better understand a reality made of atoms, energy, and space. But what if it's the other way around? What if the atoms are illusions, the energy a manifestation, the space an emergent phenomenon, and mathematics is the only thing that truly exists? According to the mathematical universe hypothesis proposed by physicist Max Tegmark, the physical world isn't just described by mathematics, it is mathematics. Every particle, every field, every law of physics is not merely a system that can be modeled using math. It is a mathematical structure, existing independent of observation, consciousness, or perception. In this view, the universe is not built upon a substrate of material existence at all, but upon pure relationships, patterns, and logical structures that exist outside of time and space. Think about this: when we write the equation for gravity, or describe the quantum behavior of a particle with a wave function, we are not just creating useful representations. We are uncovering, revealing something already there, something real and eternal. Mathematics becomes not just a tool for science, but the scaffold of existence itself. Imagine if you could strip away every atom in the universe, every photon of light, every vibration of energy, and still, what remains are equations. Not floating symbols, but the relationships they represent. Ratios, symmetries, probabilities, the kind of things that are as real as anything can be, but immaterial structures that exist in a realm beyond physicality, yet generate physicality as a side effect. This is a deeply disorienting idea, because it inverts everything you thought was foundational. In our normal thinking, matter gives rise to mind, which gives rise to math. But in the mathematical universe view, math comes first, then mind, then matter, if at all. And if this hypothesis is true, then everything from galaxies to neurons, from love to time, is just a pattern playing out within a grand, abstract structure. You don't live in a material world that happens to obey math. You live inside math itself, and your consciousness, a substructure of that math, a waveform, embedded in equations, a perspective rising from logic. This also redefines what it means to be real. In our everyday lives, we treat physical things as real rocks, chairs, planets. We think of ideas as intangible. But if the universe is a mathematical object, then the most real things are not things at all, but relationships. The ratio between a circle's circumference and its diameter, pi, is more fundamental than the moon itself. The symmetry in Maxwell's equations is more enduring than any particular beam of light. The mathematical universe doesn't age, doesn't decay, doesn't suffer entropy. It simply is. Immutable, eternal, perfect. And here's where it gets even stranger. If all mathematical structures exist, as Tegmark suggests, then every logically possible universe exists, not just ours. This is a radical version of the multiverse, not a branching of timelines or inflationary bubbles, but a full ensemble of all mathematical realities. Somewhere, there is a universe governed by different math, by 4 spatial dimensions, or complex numbers as coordinates, or laws that we can't even imagine. In this framework, we live in the universe that supports our kind of conscious observers, not because it's special, but because it's one of the few that permits minds like ours to evolve. This is the ultimate expression of the anthropic principle. We find ourselves in a universe that supports our existence because we couldn't exist in the others to ask the question. But even this raises haunting questions. If all mathematical structures exist, and we are just one of them, then what is the role of consciousness? Are we self-aware equations? Is thought just a feedback loop inside a self-referential structure? Is time itself, the sequence of moments, simply the traversal of a path through a vast equation? And if so, could there be equations that model joy, suffering, love? Is your entire inner world just a projection of mathematical flow? This isn't just philosophy, it's a path. Physicists are seriously exploring. The predictive power of mathematical physics is so staggering that it has led many to believe that mathematics is not just descriptive, it's foundational. Quantum field theory, general relativity, thermodynamics, they don't just use math, they are math. We don't impose mathematics onto the world, we discover it. And perhaps what we're really doing is decoding the true nature of being one theorem at a time. So next time you write an equation, or marvel at the beauty of a fractal, or find symmetry in nature, ask yourself this: are you seeing reality? Or just glimpsing the edges of the only thing that truly exists? Maybe matter is the illusion, and mathematics is the only reality that was ever real. Aliens may be observing us through non-physical means. You might think you'd recognize an alien encounter if it happened. Flashing lights in the sky, impossible aircraft defying gravity, metallic visitors descending from the stars. But what if contact had already occurred in ways so far outside your perceptual framework that you didn't even register it as contact? What if the very idea of aliens as beings, discrete, physical entities, bound by time and space, like us, was a product of human limitation? You look outward with telescopes and send radio signals into the void, expecting responses in the form of matter or waves, but the universe may not answer in the way you're prepared to hear. What if, rather than arriving in ships, some forms of alien intelligence are observing us through quantum fields, through the architecture of consciousness itself, or even through dimensions your senses have no vocabulary for? Consider this. We assume observation requires a presence, a gaze, an eye behind a lens. But physics has already taught us that being observed doesn't always require an observer. The act of observation can be embedded in the laws of interaction themselves. In quantum mechanics, particles behave differently when measured. Why, who, or what counts as a measurer? What if alien intelligence doesn't use eyes or instruments, but interacts with us by tuning into patterns of energy, thought, or information? Perhaps they do not travel space, but exist within the structure of it, not from a distant star system. but from the hidden strata of reality beneath or beside ours. You imagine aliens landing, talking, negotiating. But this may be as naive as expecting lightning to knock politely before striking. The question is not just where they are, it's how they are. Our species assumes consciousness must be tethered to biology, but what if theirs isn't? What if intelligence has evolved beyond the need for form and now interfaces with worlds, not through objects, but through harmonics of reality itself? Think of a symphony you cannot hear, playing beneath the threshold of your detection, not because it is not there, but because you were never tuned to its key. Some theorists have suggested that alien civilizations might use modes of communication based on quantum entanglement, which allow for instantaneous correlation across vast distances, not messaging through particles, but by entangling states of awareness themselves. You may be trying to detect ripples in the water while ignoring that the current runs underneath. Perhaps our dreams, epiphanies, intuitions, the strange insights that seem to come from nowhere, are echoes of a different kind of communication, signals from minds not made of matter. Many cultures across history have described visions, beings, or knowledge received without any visible contact. Were these merely hallucinations or misunderstood observations? Are they watching not with tools but with intention, not through lenses but through layers? Some modern theories propose that advanced intelligences might operate in higher dimensions. Just as a two-dimensional being couldn't comprehend a 3D object passing through its plane, we might be incapable of detecting multidimensional visitors, even if they intersected our world directly. We wouldn't see them, we'd see effects. Coincidences, anomalies, missing time, collective visions, impossible knowledge. And we might call these things myths, dreams, or madness. But what if they are data? The idea of a non-physical observer doesn't need to invoke the mystical. It aligns with physics. Our own consciousness is not yet fully explained. Is it local to the brain, or is it connected to some broader field? The Orcore theory, for instance, suggests that consciousness arises from quantum-level events within brain microtubules, a process possibly entangled with the very structure of the universe. If that's true, could such a process be influenced from outside? Could our consciousness be not only a receiver, but also a transceiver, capable of receiving influences from intelligences that never evolved through flesh and bone? You may think this is science fiction, but some of the most respected minds in theoretical physics and astrobiology are exploring post-biological intelligence, forms of mind not bound to DNA, but built from self-organizing information patterns, perhaps spreading across galaxies without ships, bodies, or signals. Imagine a civilization millions of years ahead of us. They may no longer live within matter at all. They may exist as data, woven into the dark matter scaffolding of galaxies, or encoded into the vibrational modes of space-time itself. If so, we wouldn't see them. Not with light, not with heat, not with any signal we know, but we might feel them in our probability fields, in the strange shifts that happen when no one's looking, in the statistical anomalies, the missing data, the questions that never yield answers. And if they are studying us, it might not be to understand our science or language, but our patterns, our choices, our evolution, like researchers watching a forest grow without ever stepping into the trees. Perhaps we are the subject of a grand experiment, or maybe just a passing curiosity. Maybe their instruments are not machines, but fields of coherence that brush past us like wind, sensed but not seen. Maybe they don't record, maybe they remember, and maybe we are remembering them too, as fragments of ancient knowledge, embedded in myth, art, and mystery. The real question isn't, are we being watched? It's what counts as watching: a camera, a presence, or just a shift in the probabilities of your thoughts, a nudge in the narrative of your decisions. If alien minds have decoupled from the physical, then they might be anywhere, not in some galaxy far away, but right here, permeating the invisible matrix that binds reality together. They might be observing not your body, but your awareness, not your actions, but the branching paths of your potential choices. And if that's the case, then every moment you hesitate, every dream you can't explain, every idea that seems to arrive from nowhere might not be just you. It might be a whisper, not of words, but of presence, of attention. You may already be inside a cosmic experiment, part of a data stream, a simulation, or a study, not in a lab, but in the lattice of reality itself. And you'll never know, because to know would ruin the experiment, because perhaps the highest form of observation is the one that leaves no trace, no shadow, no confirmation, just the quiet sense that something more is here, watching, wondering, waiting. Life may have started in space, not Earth. You've been told that life began in a warm little pond, a terrestrial miracle born from lightning strikes and molecular chance, as if Earth itself was a cosmic exception, a cradle of animation, surrounded by silence. But what if that story is backward? What if life didn't begin here, but arrived here? What if the first spark of biology didn't originate from Earth's soil, but fell from the sky, ancient and patient, riding comets, or meteorites like seeds scattered on the wind of the cosmos? This is the unsettling premise of panspermia, the theory that life, or its essential ingredients, are not Earth's invention, but the universe's inheritance. It reframes life not as a local accident, but as a cosmic inevitability, drifting through interstellar space, ready to bloom wherever the environment allows. In this light, Earth is not a birthplace, but a garden plot in a much older field. You look up at the stars and wonder if life might exist out there. But what if you are what's out there? What if your DNA is not unique to this planet, but a shared signature written into the cosmos itself? Imagine frozen bacterial spores traveling across light years, dormant for eons, surviving radiation and cold in the protective shielding of rock, until eventually crashing into a planet with warmth and liquid water. Not fiction, this is a scientific possibility. Bacteria on Earth have survived extreme vacuum, deep freezing, high radiation, and temperatures that mimic space. Some experiments even launched microbes into space and found them alive when they returned. Nature, it seems, has built-in mechanisms for resilience that hint at origins more far-reaching than we once dared imagine. And now think, if life can survive the journey, what stops it from making that journey over and over again? Seeding worlds like dandelions scatter seeds across a field. Maybe life doesn't need to evolve from scratch each time. Maybe it travels. Maybe it waits. Maybe Earth was simply a suitable stop. The story begins not in Earth's oceans, but in space, cold, dark, and full of possibility. The early solar system was violent, with asteroids colliding, planets still molten, and comets sweeping long arcs of frozen potential. In this chaos, meteorites rained down by the millions, and within some of them, as we now know from recovered samples, were amino acids, the very building blocks of life. These weren't synthesized in labs or found in fossils. They were formed in space and delivered to Earth, Scientists have even discovered sugars, nucleobases, and phosphorus, a key component of DNA inside meteorites. If the components of life can form in the cold void between stars, the question is no longer whether Earth could have created life, but whether it needed to. Perhaps we are not an isolated exception, but part of an ongoing chain, life forming, spreading, embedding, adapting. Panspermia doesn't suggest that aliens dropped humans here. It suggests something subtler, stranger, and perhaps more profound, that life is a contagion written into the fabric of the universe. It doesn't emerge, it unfolds. Not because Earth is special, but because the universe is fertile. And if it happened here, it could have happened a billion other times on a billion other worlds. You might think, even if life arrived here from space, where did it start? But this leads to a deeper idea that there may not be a single starting point. If life is not the product of one planet, but of chemistry woven through the stars, then the beginning is not a place, but a pattern. Picture a fungal network spreading underground, each mushroom a local bloom of a deeper system. Earth is a mushroom, but life is the mycelium, ancient and unseen, spanning space and time. Or imagine an orchestra with no single instrument starting, the song just overlapping, melodies rising into harmony wherever conditions allow. Life, in this view, doesn't begin. It expresses. It is not born. It awakens. The discovery of extremophiles on Earth, creatures that thrive in boiling vents, acidic pools, and frozen wastelands, expands our view of what habitable even means. Suddenly, icy moons like Europa and Enceladus, once dismissed as lifeless, are recast as potential havens. And if microbes can thrive inside rocks for millions of years, could they not endure interstellar journeys, tucked into asteroids like cosmic seeds? Some scientists have even proposed a more radical version, directed panspermia, that life may have been intentionally spread by intelligent civilizations, that we might be the outcome not of random chance, but of an ancient experiment. Perhaps long-gone beings, facing extinction or simply driven by curiosity, seeded the stars with microbial blueprints, not knowing where or when they would take root. And perhaps we are part of that legacy, not descendants of Earth alone, but inheritors of a cosmic will to endure. This doesn't diminish human uniqueness, it magnifies it. You are not an anomaly. You are a continuation, a branch on a tree whose roots stretch across galaxies. And what of consciousness? If life began elsewhere, did awareness travel with it? Is consciousness an emergent property of complex systems, or is it embedded in the very process of life itself, and thus seeded as well? Could other forms of consciousness be blooming in parallel, unknown to us, watching us as we wonder about them? And what does it mean for religion, philosophy, or the search for meaning, if the story of life is not geocentric but cosmic? The implications ripple endlessly. If life can spread across the stars, the cosmos is not empty, it is pregnant, it is not silent, it is whispering, germinating, awakening. The night sky becomes not a void, but a nursery. And you are a product not just of Earth, but of stars, of comets, of dust that once fell in another system and now walks as flesh. Life, in this frame, is not fragile, it is relentless. It is the universe's way of becoming aware of itself, wherever conditions allow. You were not born here. You arrived here, and the journey continues. Maybe the next planet, seeded by the same cosmic process, is waiting to awaken now. Maybe somewhere out there, on a distant moon, the first cell is stirring. Not a coincidence, not a miracle, just the next verse in a cosmic song that never truly ends, only travels. Our universe might be a black hole in a higher dimension. You've always imagined a black hole as a prison, a monstrous region of space that devours everything, light included, where time stretches, matter collapses, and nothing ever returns. But what if you've misunderstood its role in the cosmic narrative? What if a black hole isn't just an ending, but a beginning? Imagine for a moment that everything you see, feel, and are, the entire observable universe, with its 2 trillion galaxies, 93 billion light-years of diameter, and 13.8 billion years of expansion, is not the whole story, but the interior of a much larger structure. What if our entire universe exists inside a black hole, not just metaphorically, but literally, and what we call reality is just the other side of a cosmic event horizon in a higher dimension? This is not science fiction. It's a legitimate hypothesis emerging from modern physics, string theory, and general relativity. And it may explain not just the origin of our universe, but its shape, its laws, and why things behave the way they do. It's the idea that black holes don't just destroy, they create. And maybe you're living in one right now, unaware that the very fabric of your existence may be nested within the belly of another universe's collapse. To understand how this could even be possible, you need to look at black holes not just as celestial oddities, but as bridges between dimensions. A black hole, from our three-dimensional perspective, is an object with a surface, the event horizon beyond which information disappears from view. But in higher dimensional space, that surface might not be a boundary. It might be a membrane, a brain, a kind of wrapper that encodes an interior far larger than its outside suggests. Just as a 2D being can't comprehend the volume of a sphere, we, living in 3 spatial dimensions plus time, may not grasp the high geometry that black holes access. Some physicists believe that when a massive star collapses into a black hole in a high-dimensional universe, a so-called parent universe, it pinches off a bubble of space-time that detaches and becomes its own expanding universe. That bubble, no longer connected to the outside, evolves with its own time, its own space, its own physical laws. From inside, you wouldn't feel like you're falling. You'd see galaxies moving away, space expanding, and a singular beginning in time, just like our Big Bang. And this is where it gets surreal. The equations of general relativity allow for such a scenario. A black hole, viewed from the outside, seems to shrink to a point, but viewed from the inside, it could be inflating, massively, rapidly, explosively. It could look like a Big Bang. That's right, the birth of our universe may not have been the creation of all things from nothing, but the continuation of a cosmic cycle, a death in one dimension becoming life in another. The singularity you imagine at the heart of a black hole is not a place of infinite density per se, but a breakdown of our current understanding. What we call singularities might be entry points, gates into new spacetimes. And what if our Big Bang is the unfolding of such a singularity? It would mean the laws of physics, the values of fundamental constants, and even the apparent direction of time in our universe were inherited, not randomly generated. It would also mean we are, in a very real sense, inside something, not metaphorically inside the universe, but inside a black hole's event horizon. That this could explain several deep mysteries. For one, the smoothness of the universe, how cosmic microwave background radiation is nearly uniform across vast distances, even though those regions should never have been able to talk to each other based on the speed of light. Inflation theory explains this. But so does the black hole as universe idea. Everything began together, not from a single point in our space, but from a collapse in another. The information paradox, the question of whether black holes destroy information, is also transformed. If every black hole births a universe, then perhaps the information is not lost, but reinterpreted. It becomes the blueprint for a new cosmos. And maybe, just maybe, the reason the universe seems fine-tuned for life is because only those universes birthed by black holes with certain properties allow complex structures to evolve. In this way, black holes are not just gravitational anomalies, they are reproductive organs of reality. This paints a picture of a metacosmos, a fractal of universes, birthing universes, each one seeded from a gravitational death in another. And just as our universe may be the offspring of another's collapse, perhaps our black holes are spawning new universes too. Every time a star dies and forms a singularity, it might be creating not just a gravitational well here, but a cosmic womb elsewhere. You think of death as an end, but physics may see it as a transition. And what about the edge of our universe? You may wonder what lies beyond it, if anything. But if our universe is the inside of a black hole, then the edge isn't somewhere. You can travel to it's the event horizon itself, a boundary of causal disconnection, the ultimate no-return wall. Light from beyond that boundary cannot reach us. We are trapped inside a cosmic room with no doors, not because of walls, but because of geometry. And yet, this is not a prison. It may be a sanctuary. Inside, time flows forward. Entropy increases. Complexity emerges. Stars form, planets spin, life arises. Consciousness contemplates. All of this, from the cooling gas clouds to your inner monologue, may be the slow bloom of a process that began with a crash in another realm. Some models even suggest that what we call dark energy, the accelerating expansion of the universe, may be a residual effect of the initial bounce, the pressure of space trying to stabilize itself after the shock of separation. In this view, dark energy isn't a mystery force, it's the echo of birth trauma. And as our universe expands, perhaps one day it will slow, contract, and collapse, forming its own black hole in yet another dimension. The cycle begins. Again, this is not reincarnation in the religious sense. It's cosmological recursion, universes as generations, reality as lineage. It makes you wonder, if the universe is a black hole, who or what is outside? Can anything ever peek in? Could the parent universe still exist, still evolve, still produce more black holes and offspring? Could someone or something be observing us from the other side of the event horizon? The unsettling answer is, we'll never know. Not because the truth isn't out there, but because the rules of black hole physics prohibit any signal from leaving. We are sealed inside. But perhaps that's a feature, not a bug. Life needs stability, coherence, and time. And the interior of a black hole, reinterpreted as a universe, provides just that. A protected stage for complexity to rise without interference. Now step back. Imagine all of existence, every quark, every thought, every galaxy wrapped inside a higher dimensional shell, a bubble spun from collapse, yet brimming with life. The next time you look at the night sky, remember, you may not be looking out into space. You may be looking inward across the inner curvature of a far more complex structure. You are not floating in emptiness. You are swimming in the wake of an ancient catastrophe that became a cosmic cradle, and that cradle may one day collapse. Again, giving birth to something else. A future you'll never see, but may already be shaping. The universe might loop eternally, big bangs over and over. You think you're heading somewhere. That existence began with a bang and will someday drift into a final silence, an arrow fired into the endless dark. But what if that arrow doesn't fly straight forever? What if it curves, not just through space, but through time itself? What if the universe is not a one-way trip from ignition to entropy, but a cosmic loop, a rhythm, a heartbeat? The Big Bang may not be the ultimate beginning, just as the far future may not be the final end. Instead, everything you know, the stars, the galaxies, the silent spread of time, might be part of an eternal cycle, an infinite carousel of collapse and rebirth, destruction and renewal, a never-ending sequence of universes blooming and fading like breaths from something larger than space itself. This idea isn't myth. It's a scientific hypothesis that has haunted cosmologists for over a century. Because the more deeply you study the universe, its structure, its background radiation, its expansion, the more clues you find that suggest it might not be linear, it might be cyclical. And if that's true, it would mean you're living inside one round of a pattern that has happened before, and will happen again, over and over, forever. Imagine time not as a line, but as a loop, not just metaphorically, but physically, geometrically. Picture all of history, from the first particle to the last flicker of starlight, as a ring, a great arc of cosmic development that curves back to its own beginning. In this view, the Big Bang wasn't a unique explosion from nothing, but a bounce, a reversal of a previous universe that had collapsed under its own weight. Instead of ending in a cold death or fiery crunch, the universe contracts, then rebounds, starting anew. This model, often called a cyclic universe or ekpyrotic model, suggests that our current cosmos was born not from a void, but from the ruins of a predecessor. You are, in effect, living in the ashes of a prior reality, and someday this universe will fall inward too, giving birth to the next. But the details of how and why this could happen are more than just poetic. They're written into the mathematics of relativity, quantum gravity, and thermodynamics. It all begins with the shape of space and the nature of entropy. Entropy, the measure of disorder, is the engine behind time's arrow. We say time flows forward because entropy increases. Things decay, spread out, lose structure. But if the universe is cyclic, then entropy poses a problem. How can disorder increase forever if the universe resets? Wouldn't each loop just accumulate more and more entropy until there's no room left to continue? That's where new physics steps in. Some theories suggest that at the moment of collapse, information is somehow erased, compressed, or transformed, resetting the entropy counter, like shaking an Etch-a-Sketch after a drawing. Others propose that each bounce leads to a slightly different universe, a new configuration with slightly altered laws, fields, and constants. In that case, the universe doesn't loop exactly, but approximately, like a melody played in a different key each time. These variations could explain the apparent fine-tuning of our own universe. Maybe we're just in a rare loop that allows life. And in the vast library of cosmic cycles, most loops are silent, sterile, or short-lived. There's a haunting beauty in this, because it means that everything, every planet, every civilization, every love story and loss is a ripple in an eternal tide, meaningful not because it lasts forever, but because it happens again. In a cyclic model, time becomes a spiral. With each rotation, the universe grows in complexity, experiments with new forms, perhaps even learns. Could that be possible? Could reality itself be evolving across loops, not biologically, but structurally, like a cosmos growing wiser with each collapse? If the constants of nature can shift between cycles, then the laws of physics might not be fixed, but adaptive. Maybe the universe is tuning itself, loop by loop, toward deeper forms of order, or toward consciousness, or toward something we can't yet imagine. And what would that mean for you? For free will, for meaning, if you, or some version of you, exists in every loop, would you live the same life? Or would each recurrence offer a new path, a second chance, a subtle divergence? Perhaps the choices you make now ripple into the next cycle, not through memory, but through pattern. Maybe the echo of your actions becomes part of the next world's laws, not as fate, but as probability. And perhaps you've already lived this moment before. Perhaps this sentence is being read for the billionth time in a universe much like this one, under a slightly different sky, by a slightly different version of you. And maybe you always will. The idea of an eternal return isn't new, ancient. Philosophies from Hindu cosmology to Stoic physics imagined the universe as a wheel. What's startling is that modern science may be catching up. Models like conformal cyclic cosmology, CCC, developed by Roger Penrose, propose that as the universe expands and thins out, time itself loses meaning until the next Big Bang reboots it. In this view, the distant future of one universe becomes the origin point of the next, because with no matter, no structure, no clocks, time becomes irrelevant. It dissolves, and when it does, a new cycle begins. Other models, like loop quantum gravity, suggest that singularities, the points at which physics breaks down, don't end time, but reverse it. Like a ball hitting the ground and bouncing back, the collapsing universe rebounds. Bang becomes crunch. Crunch becomes bang, and the music plays on. The cosmic microwave background, the afterglow of the Big Bang, might even contain fingerprints of this eternal dance. Some physicists claim to have found Leverian circles in the radiation map, potential signs of violent events from a prior universe bleeding into ours. These claims remain debated, but the very idea that our cosmos carries memory scars from previous cycles is both eerie and majestic. It would mean that our universe is not an isolated experiment, but a chapter in a much older, never-ending story. And you're a note in the current verse, shaped by harmonies that go back further than time. And here's a deeper twist. If the universe loops, then perhaps beginnings and endings are illusions. Perhaps the distinction between birth and death, rise and fall, is just a trick of perspective. The phoenix doesn't die, it transforms. So too, maybe, does the universe. And if so, then finality is an illusion. You fear endings, the end of life, the end of love, the end of the world. But if the universe itself doesn't truly end, then neither do you. Not entirely, not forever. Something returns. Maybe not the same arrangement, but the same song, played in a new key. This reframes your relationship with time. You're not racing toward extinction. You're riding a wave that curves back to its own source. You're not drifting in chaos. You're dancing in rhythm. The atoms in your body were forged in stars that exploded in a prior cycle, and their patterns may echo into the next. You are part of the breath of existence, inhaled and exhaled across eons. You are not static. You are movement. So the next time you look at the stars, remember, they may not just be ancient, they may be repeated. Each photon that touches your eye may be part of a pattern that plays over and over, a light that never truly goes out, only transforms, only waits to begin again. And the question you must ask isn't, when will it end? But what will the next loop be? Because the future is not linear. It may already be written in reverse.